Can you guys hear it? Is the music there? Oh, let me move that dish so that it doesn't just blow out the microphone every time I touch it. I'm excited. I get to build rockets today. You guys get to watch me build rockets. Probably blow some things up. Someone want to start an explosion counter, a failed rocket counter, something like that? That'd be great. Hello, hello, Panello. So, okay. Recently, I want to say it was 2 weeks ago, when I was playing Little Witch No Beta, I had a recommendation, I believe, from Proxy to put on a hat every time that I died. I don't think I have enough hats to do that. Also, putting a hat on over my my headphones would be impractical and uncomfortable. But for today, because I'm pretending to be what would it be, an aeronautical engineer, I went and I found a hat because for some reason I have this association in my head with people who make spacecraft and hats. I don't have any sort of NASA hat or anything like that, but I do have this Rainier's hat, this local baseball team. It's the only hat of this style that I have. I have like a snapback Pokemon hat. That doesn't feel like the right vibe, you know what I mean? Back, you can't see it, but I have like some beanies back here too. Also, not gonna work. But like this is gonna keep the sun out of my eyes, you know? I would have sunglasses too if I would have thought about it. Not like on my eyes, probably like up on the hat, because, you know, I can't have sunglasses on when I'm playing. That would be weird. But anyway, yeah. I'm a pretend engineer today. So let's get to it. Let's get to it. Does this capture Kerbal? Let's find out. The hat's not working for you? I'm sorry, Charmander. If the hat's not working for you, yeah. Am I a trucker? No. Look, I'm not saying that this is the best hat that I could have found. I'm saying that this is the best hat that I have for this purpose. I don't think I can find anything else that's going to work. So, yeah. So you're just going to have to accept the hat. So I've played Kerbal Space Program before. However, it has been a very long time. So I figured, because this actually goes quite a ways here, I figured I would just start at the beginning of training and just go mission by mission. I want something. What do I want, Charmander? Are you... Don't tell me you're gonna... You have something for me. Do you actually have something that would work for this? Do you... So I know... Okay, so you live like less than a mile from me. If you have something for me, you could like actually bring it here. If you know where here is. And I don't know if you remember that. So should have got a plain white hat and scribbled NASA on it with Sharpie. If I had a plain white hat, maybe. But I don't have a plain white hat. And also, this occurred to me like 10 minutes ago. Dude, Charmander might photobomb the stream. Okay. Well, while you look, I think I'm going to get started on this first one since it's covering all the super basics. Okay, you'll let me know. Here we go. Let's build rockets. And let's hope that they don't explode. I'm not going to read everything that he says out loud. I was thinking about it, and then there were a lot of words there. I don't know. How fast can I read this? Welcome to today's lecture on vessel construction. I'm Werner von Kerman. Whether you want to put a satellite into orbit, make a transcontinental flight, or step onto the very surface of the moon, you're going to need to build yourself a ship. It should be pretty easy, even if you're not a famous rocket scientist like myself. Yeah, I don't know if I can do that. Words. Why did YouTube catch words in the filter? Do I have someone who is modded here who can let messages through? Or do I have to alt-tab for this? I'll alt-tab for this once. I'll show. Hopefully that doesn't look too weird on the stream. Okay, so I'm going to be showed around the Space Center, the Vehicle Assembly Building. Okay, so I'll be locked out of controls that I'm not supposed to be using. So we're at the Kerbal Space Center. It is the home to the pinnacle of Kerbal endeavor and achievements for space exploration. Lots of words to say, not a lot. To find out about each of the facilities, you can hover your mouse over them or the facilities button. There's a facilities button. Ah, okay. Astronaut complex. Okay. So this is where... That's right. So when I eventually do a campaign mode of something... The German in you is offended by that accent? I am offended by that accent, but I'm not confident I could do much better. Flagpole. This is the official flag of the space program, or we could change it. Launchpad. We are reasonably confident it's at a safe enough distance from everything else. 5 watching, 6 likes. Oh, yeah. Dude, asking for likes, it turns out, might actually work. Runway. Oh, that's right. I've tried to do this before. I have never successfully made, like, a plane or a space plane or anything in this game. I have successfully made rockets. I have gotten story time. Oh, I don't know if that was too close. Yeah, it probably was too close. Anyway, story time. So the last time that I played this, I believe that I got as far as landing on the moon. And if I'm not mistaken, then the training things with the green next to it means you've done it. So I guess I probably did successfully do it. I don't remember. I do remember working on it. At that time, I was playing a campaign and making. I was trying to do because it was new, and so I was trying to make the campaign thing work, and I accidentally got one of the Kerbals trapped in orbit. So I got into orbit, and I didn't actually have enough fuel to get myself down from orbit, which was unfortunate. But I figure, okay, so I've learned all this stuff. I've learned about getting up to orbit. I've learned about, docking with other spaceships and all of that. So I figure I'm good to go. I can make this happen. So I make another rocket to go up and rescue the Kerbal that's stuck up there. I may have goofed on that one because at the end of it, I still had a Kerbal stuck in orbit, and I had another Kerbal stuck in an orbit around the sun. So, yeah. I've made some rockets. My rockets have worked very well. They haven't come back particularly successfully all the time, but I've made some stuff happen. Okay, spaceplane hangar is specifically for planes made to go there. The tracking station. All ongoing missions can be viewed and focused. Landed craft can be recovered from here as well. And then the vehicle assembly building. Which is that's where we want to go. So let's go. How's everyone doing today? Ooh. Trucks outside. Look at them all. There's so many guys there. They're so small. Okay. Inside the VAB. So, what you see in the middle of this screen is is the construction. I could try a different accent. Very good. What you see in the middle of this screen is the construction area. This is where parts are placed and your craft is constructed. On the left side of the screen is the parts toolbox. It will show all the parts you have available in each of the different categories. Once there are any to pick, that is. I don't know how he would laugh. I'd have to work on that one. If you want your craft to be controllable, you need a command module, and it's best to make it the first part you place. This part will either contain some plucky Kerbal crew or an automated pilot mechanism. As we're just starting, there's only one choice. Go ahead and pick that command module from the pods tab. Okay, there we are. Okay, so after a part is placed, you can look around with the following controls. Right drag definitely is how we want to do that, but also arrow keys. Okay. Moving the camera up and down. That's right. So up and down is the scroll wheel. Also page up, page down. And then plus and minus is zoom. Shift scroll. See that right there? That's a control I might change. I might swap those because I'm used to just zooming in and out with the scroll wheel in this kind of a thing. Most games, I feel like when you're using scroll wheel, it's going to be a zoom. So yeah, I might change that control. Less offensive and also more offensive. See, that's what I was saying. It's kind of what I was trying to get at before. If you'd like your pilot to be able to make more than one flight, he or she will have to return safely to the ground or water on Kerbin. So parachutes. Utility tab. Change tabs by clicking on their icon on the left. Utility is the last tab. When you're choosing parts, you can view the details with the hover. When the info is visible, most parts have an additional information window which can be opened with a right click, like that. So mass of 0.1 T. I should know what that stands for, probably, but I don't. Tolerance, 12 meters per second. Impact. Tolerance 50 Gs, 4,000 kPa. Someday, 4,000, is that kilopascals? It's only because I have this vague memory that pascals is a measure of pressure. So I have friends that are engineers of various sorts, and I'm hoping that, oh my God, okay, hold on. I need to send the link for this video to one of them because I just realized that I never sent him the video. Anyway, I don't know if they're going to watch live at all, but I sure hope they watch at some point because, yeah, I would love to hear their input. Okay, cool. Sent that link to the other friend. Wow, I can't believe I forgot that. Okay. Oh, gotta get the right things back up. There we go. The pin message is not flush with the top of the window. Thanks for telling me that so that I could also notice that and be upset by it. I'm gonna leave it though. I'm not gonna change it. I'm not gonna take the pin message away because I want my likes. Okay, so we're gonna select this. Okay, so when I left click, it's there. I don't have to hold anything. My stream tomorrow is gonna get crashed. Tomorrow is Magical Girl Mondays, I hope you know. So I think, assuming that this stream is fun, assuming this goes well, I'm gonna eventually probably work like a career mode of this game in, but I'm gonna have to get through training first. So we click that. Okay, it's attached. Next. Magical Girl Mondays. Yeah, we're playing Little Witch No Beta right now. And once I finish it, then I'll have to figure out what other game I'm gonna do. I have Maho Arms, which is, I don't know, it's like, I think it's like Devil May Cry or something, but yeah. Like Devil May Cry inspired anyway. It was fun. I haven't really played any games like that before, so like having a style meter that you build up was yeah. Charmander, did you find something? Like, did you legitimately like find something that I can wear for streams? Because like that'd be cool. The main thing is it has to be pretty low profile because these headphones are what I have right now, and yeah, they're relatively like there's like a range that can fit, and this puts it out to about the biggest I can make it before it starts to get like uncomfortable. So you did find something. Oh. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Do you hear that? Everyone has to come back tomorrow to see what Charmander found for me. Oh, it will work. All right. Oh man, okay. Some parts like our parachute here have configurable options. To see these, we need to right click on the parachute. We just attach to the pod. Do that now and you see the available parameters. Okay. I vaguely remember this. This setting can be quite useful on distant worlds. Minimum pressure 0.04. Altitude 1000. Move it a bit to the right to 0.2. This setting prevents the chute from activating until the atmospheric pressure is above the configured value. Oh, okay, so 0.2 is about 9 kilometers in altitude. So even if you stage early and arm the parachute, it will wait until then to activate. And then right-clicking on the background or picking another part will get rid of that. Cool. Next, we are going to need something to make us go. Zoom. Where is engines? Engines tab. Solid fuel booster. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. This is what? Okay, I'm going to guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is like a 7th unit. And that's like a 7.5. So like, we're looking at approximately 15% payload, 85% explosive right here. That's what we're seeing right now, which is great. This is what we wanted. Oops, I forgot you're just starting out. You're not a famous rocket scientist, and to make that craft survivable as it stands now, you'd have to be better at rocket science than me. Ha! Impossible! The problem with that craft is that this solid rocket is too powerful for the payload. Okay, yeah. I'm getting too caught up in that now. Not actually focusing on the words. A single small pod and shoot. It will either burn up on ascent from going too fast or burn up coming back down. Even if you survive that, the craft's mass will cause it to fall too fast for the parachute to operate properly, and you'd hit the surface before it could stop you. Okay, I promise to teach you how to change that to make it work in a later tutorial, but for now, let's continue. Well, at least this way I get to tell you about removing parts. Pick up the back thumper, drop it back over here, or press delete. You need more explosive. Always more explosive. I'm kind of sad that today, Sunday, is the day that I realized that I wanted to try Kerbal Space Program, because Proxy, I know, would, or at least I assume Proxy would enjoy watching me play Kerbal Space Program, but he also has stuff that he does on Sundays, so he probably won't be able to watch this one live. But nice hat, dude. Thanks, man. I got it at a game. I bet you could get one if you went to a game too. For those who don't know, which is everyone, Rock was present when I got this hat because it was at a work event where we had tickets to go to a baseball game. Proxy has like half an aerospace engineering degree. Yeah, that I think I knew that, or I think I have known that. It was not in my mind, but okay. Instead, let's add the solid motor. That's a better match for a ship of this size. The Flea. So we have rubbish parts, but it does have enough oomph to get this little craft moving skyward. Now it's about 50% explosive instead of 85% explosive. That's too bad. He was excited about that. So we built the simplest survivable craft possible. We could go launch this right now, but it might be safer to explain another thing first. In the bottom right, we see this staging stack. I remember this. It's a box with the number 0 and icons with a parachute and engine in it. This stack shows us which parts will be activated as we stage our rocket. Yeah, that's right. You do have to make sure that the parachute is not on the same stage as your engines. So, we're going to add a new stage. We have 2 stages, 0 and 1. So first stage is stage 1, second stage is stage 0. So we start here, and then we go there. Am I entertaining? I'm entertaining a family barbecue. That's lovely. Good thing I'm not playing Dark Souls, otherwise I'd be quite profane. I don't know if that'd be appropriate for a family barbecue. I'll have to try and remember not to be profane. Saving it for later. We now have a safe, well, relatively safe craft that's ready to go. Let's make sure that if we need this design again, we don't have to build it all from scratch. I don't know, that'd be pretty easy to build from scratch. Untitled spacecraft. Doesn't seem so majestic. We have to change this to something more my style. What do we name our craft? I guess for now we'll call it a firecracker class rocket. Okay, cool. Explodium? Nah. They're all explodium. That wouldn't clear things up at all. Okay. When I'm happy with the name, we click on the save icon. Save. You, Justin, your drunk friends, and your cat. Good. I'm glad the cat's there. The cat's the most important part for me. I want to make sure your cat is entertained. Okay. Summing up. Feel free to play around with the parts and techniques. I have 3 parts, and I've already used them all. Okay. Cool. So we're done with that. Training. Basic flight. Start. Sounds very cute. The firecracker class rocket is very cute. Okay. Gene Kerman. And he's going to teach me the basics of piloting a spacecraft. We've already done that tutorial. Today we're going to do a run through of all the important controls. Our little hopper from your basic hopper. A friend we refer to as Hopper sometimes. Hop, if you will. From the basic construction lesson with Werner. May not have all of them. but we'll do a full run through once and see how it flies. All right, we're ready to go. Flying a spacecraft is all about being in control of a generally very chaotic situation. All right. As a pilot, your main flight controls will affect the pitch, yaw, and roll of the ship. Let's look at those first. Okay. So the pitch is like that. The roll is like that. The yaw is like that. Okay. And the yaw is like, okay. So if I'm like on the top of the rocket facing forward, if I'm sitting where the yaw axis is, I guess. Rolling is the rotation, but then pitch is going up and down, and yaw is going left and right. Okay. Yeah. WASD, and then Q and E is rolling. Ah, okay. You can see it down in the lower left here. Okay. Throttle plus those are the main controls that you need to master for a successful crash-free flight. Skip over throttle for now. Yeah, because this is a solid booster, so it just goes. Remember that all of these controls have a limited amount of effectiveness, so bigger, heavier ships will probably respond much more sluggishly to the controls than a little small one. Yeah, as stages are separated from the ship, it becomes lighter, and that means easier to control. So then the rest of the flight controls. In flight, all the planning you put into the staging sequence of your ship comes into play. From launch to the final deployment of the descent parachutes, you can control activation of several of the ship's parts by activating stages. Space is the next stage. Stage indicator in the lower left corner shows the active stage. Since we haven't launched yet, it's showing the first stage is active. Got it. So this is the active stage. Oh, you can switch them. Okay. You can edit the stage sequence on the fly, like I was just doing. Pun intended. No need to go back to the assembly facility. All right. The nav ball. Okay. So there's the velocity and the attitude. Attitude is where it's pointing. Okay. Big round instrument in the lower center of the screen. Oh, yeah. Here you see the ship's nose in relation to the horizon. When you're not pointing straight up, it's easily visible as a line between blue sky and the brown ground. Okay. As well as its heading, the compass bearing, and speed. You also get several icons that indicate things like your current velocity vector, but we'll look at those later. Top center of the screen, altimeter, vertical speed indicator, atmosphere gauge. Okay. Yeah, all those things. Okay, so altimeter shows sea levels, so not necessarily the level of the ground. Like it shows 74 right now. It's clearly like we're on the ground. We're not 74 meters in the air. Vertical speed. When launching, it's considered best to keep this gauge pointing up. That's, yeah. Atmosphere gauge indicates how deep the ship is in the planet's atmosphere. Okay. Am I able to calculate delta V? Like personally? Not without being taught how to do it. I'm fairly confident that I'm solid enough with the math of it that if someone were to sit down and spend, I don't know, a few minutes to however long teaching me how to calculate delta V's, that I could do it. I'm pretty sure it's a thing that is done in this game. This is a popular game because of how how involved all of the stuff is. I'm going to guess, given that there is actually an icon, now that I'm looking at it, an icon for delta V, yes, I appear to be able to calculate delta V, as well as a bunch of other things. Yeah, there's a lot of information that I have access to here. Okay, parachute indicators. In the staging stack, you can see the indicator for your parachute. There are different colors. Left 3 shows safety. Safe, risky, and unsafe to deploy. The chute is unstaged white in the left 3. The right 3 show the state after staging. Armed, deployed, and cut or shredded. When you're familiar with chute icon colors, we can move on. Yeah, I think so. We're clear for launch. At any time, I can press escape to pause the game. The pause menu, I can restart the flight or end the tutorial and return to the main menu. For now, get yourself prepared and hit space when ready to launch. Don't forget our hopper has only a solid rocket motor, so there's no throttle control. Yeah. Make sure to fly in a nice high arc and enjoy the flight. All right. Are you guys ready for this? Is Valentina Kerman ready? She's got quite the view. Return to external view. Oh. Oh, hey, I got more. IVA button over each crew member's portrait will at least let you see the ship from their perspective. In this mode, your flight UI has less instruments since most of them can be found in the cockpit itself. It's right down here. In internal view, right-clicking will toggle between mouse look and interact modes so that you can look around. Oh, my hands. Or her hands, I guess. The window. The engine. Try looking around and clicking on things. The engineering department says there are many devices in here that actually work. They seem to be quite proud of that, in fact. Oh, but these don't. What works? Oh. Oh, surface speed, orbital speed? Is that what that is? Okay. There aren't. Oh, this is the throttle. But it doesn't appear. It doesn't appear to do anything right now. Well, I mean, I guess it wouldn't. Okay. Anyway, that was fun. That was fun. All right. Let's do it. We're launching a rocket. And I would count down from 10, but this is. I don't think that this rocket deserves 10. It's a very small rocket. Deserve is maybe the wrong. Because all rockets deserve a countdown from 10. But I think this rocket only needs a countdown from 5. All right. T minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. We're going. The fuel booster is through. All right. How high are we going to get? What a view. Gonna rotate. Are we gonna clear 10? We're gonna clear 10. 10,000 meters up. 11,000. 12,000. 13,000. Looks like we get about halfway up into the second band of the atmosphere as far as they have them colored. 14,000 meters, 14 kilometers up in the air. Apoapsis, the highest point on your flight. And the speed is low enough that it's safe to stage again to deploy the parachute. Oh, I've armed the parachute now. Now we just wait to get low enough and slow down enough for it to deploy safely. And it'll do that automatically at this point. And they're... Look at Valentina's face. She's enjoying herself. Maybe worried slightly. Oh, didn't read it early enough. Oh, right. It opens closer to the ground. Then we slow down. Thankfully, planet Kerbin is only inhabited by astronauts, so if this one fails, there are plenty to replace her with. There we go. There we go. We made it. Look at her. She's so satisfied. Oh, I'm landing like on the facility too. Here we go. I'm pretty sure that there are ways to speed this up, but I don't remember where those controls are. Somewhere there are controls for speeding the time up. Oh yeah, right here. Oh, but I can't because we're this close. Oh, it's just this scenario. We did it! We survived our first quick flight! And now she's rolling down the hill. So, when you're landed or splashed on Kerbin and not in training, you can point the mouse just above the altimeter and click the Recover Vessel button. You've also unlocked the crew hatch, so if you feel like going out for a walk or swim, you can click on the EVA, Extravehicular Activity. That will pop up when you mouse over the portrait of the... Yeah, let's do it. All right. It's a small step for Kerbin. Wait, do I have a double jump? It looked like I had a double jump. I do. If I hold down the space bar, I get a double jump. She's a little bit clumsy. That's probably the suit. Okay, let's see if we can get back in. F, climb. F, grab. B, to board. We're back in. Sweet, recover vessel. Oh, it won't let me do that. Escape and scenario. All right. All right, basic flight's done. Intermediate construction. Back to Werner von Kerman. We're going to do our next rocket. She's so cute. Isn't she? She looked like she's having a great time. Enjoying herself quite a bit. Okay, entering the vehicle assembly building. All right, let's get that back up. Here we are again. Now to business. If you remember, in our last construction tutorial, we covered how to build a simple hopper and some of the basics in the construction area. In this tutorial, we'll expand your knowledge of some of the more useful features in the VAB. And we'll build a more complex craft that will be able to get us out of the atmosphere. So, we're going to start with the craft that we built in the basic construction tutorial. But they call it hopper. Okay. Load. Now we remove this. You can recreate the craft from the part list by placing a pod first. Then a parachute. Yeah. Unlike last time, we won't be bringing the whole vessel back, so we can change our parachute stats from what we used before. Right-click on the parachute and verify that its deployment altitude is set to 1,000 meters as last time. But also set the minimum pressure slider all the way to the right. 0.75 atmospheres. That corresponds to an altitude on Kerbal of about 2 kilometers and means a much shorter time hanging around during descent. Okay? Something other than Hopper. Hopper Extra. Since I guess this probably won't... This won't get saved. We'll have to make it again later. For this craft, we're going to give the ship some additional purpose. By attaching a science experiment, we can run these experiments during our travels and get valuable science data for Kerbal kind. There are a number of science experiments to be performed. At the moment, we only have the mystery goo containment unit. Who here is a fan of mystery goo? I'm sure someone is. Switch to the science tab to look at it. Where's the science tab? Where's my mystery goo? This is very basic scientific experiments. I mean, they don't even know what color the goo is. All right. When you pick up the part, you will see that it's designed to attach to the sides of other parts, which is to say, radially. If we attach only one of these, then during flight, our craft will be unbalanced. Sure will. Sure will. One way to solve this is to add an extra goo container on the opposite side of the rocket so they balance. Luckily, we have a symmetry tool to help here. That's good. So, these buttons control symmetry highlighted. That's this one. Set this to 2x. That's that one. And we do want snap, I think. So, then we want to add this and make sure it's symmetrical like that. There we go. Near the nose of the pod. Yeah, they are fairly near. I'll say that seems pretty near. Cute little pod. Next, if we add too many more parts here, the craft we are making will be too heavy to survive re-entry safely and too heavy to be slowed by the parachute, leading to sudden impact syndrome. Oh. So we're going to need to add a decoupler. I remember decouplers because decouplers are important when you make big rockets with lots and lots of solid boosters. Decouplers can be found on the coupling tab. Coupling. We won't be able to recover the discarded parts, but at least the craft will survive re-entry and landing. Decouplers can be used in many ways, but we're just going to add one to the bottom of the pod. Grab a TD12 and place it. Cool. It's pointing up. When you add a decoupler, the extra stage is automatically added to the stack so that any new parts below the decoupler won't be staged at the same time as those above it. You can, of course, still move these all around, but hopefully this will save you some time as you go. I think it will. I think it will. If you ever want to return to this default staging setup, you can click the reset. Okay. So if I were to take this and put it there, reset does that. And if I reverse them, reset. Okay. This time we're going to use liquid propellant rocket engine. Unlike solid rocket motors, these engines don't carry their own propellants with them, so we need to add some fuel tanks. So we start at the fuel tanks tab. Let me give you another tip because efficiency is my middle name. It goes right after Von. Werner von Efficiency Kerman. Once you place the first tank on the rocket, you can duplicate it by holding left alt, click. There we go. And now we have 5 tanks. Now we go to the engines tab. We add the swivel. burns both liquid fuel and oxidizer. Funnily enough, that's what we just added to the rocket. Swivel is at the bottom of the rocket stack now. And, oh, okay. Yeah. I'm seeing it. 1,527 meters per second. Sweet. We're almost there, and you're doing fine. Maybe not as speedily as someone of my caliber, though. Yeah, whatever. Symmetry mode to 4 times. And drop a basic fin. Aerodynamics tab. Aerodynamics. Right? Yeah. Okay. That feels like it's too low. Did I get the symmetry? I got the symmetry. All right. All right. We have our rocket. We are reaching for the stars. We won't be able to achieve orbit with this rocket. We're going to hit sub-orbit capable. Hopefully you've learned a few things about how to build a craft and how to use some of the shortcuts that are in here. It's time to go to the next one. Yeah, no, we don't need to save it. We're gonna go to the next training. Suborbital flight. Here we are. We're gonna do it. What's up, Gene Kerman? Okay, we remember the controls from last time. So that shouldn't be a problem. We're going to make a short suborbital flight out over the water to the east. It's a nice arcing path that ensures a gentle, survivable re-entry. Straight up, then straight down is not so good for survival. I believe it. You set up the pink target indicator on the nav ball as an aim point. That is not the case for normal missions. The target marker is normally used for other things and does not help with ascents. Starting with the nose pointing straight up on the launch pad, or 90 degrees elevation from the eastern horizon. So, is that way east? Does that moon have like... Is that the Death Star? I think that's the Death Star. That's kind of funny. So, we'll tilt east to 80 degrees elevation on the nav ball by 150 meters per second. Tilt east to 70 degrees on the nav ball by 400 meters per second. Start at 250 meters per second. Okay. After burnout, coast up into space and have a look around, prepare for re-entry. Lastly, re-enter and land safely. So once we reach burnout, we'll have a bit more time to discuss some other things. Left shift, throttle up. Throttle. Throttle up, left controls, throttle down. Z, X, max, and cut off. Okay. Next. SAS stands for Stability Augmentation System, although Kerbal astronauts usually refer to it as Sickness Avoidance Scheme. Whatever it stands for, what it does is try to stop the ship from spinning around using the computer-controlled auto-torque drive compensator. In its simplest mode, it will keep the ship aligned with the orientation it has when you turn SAS on, or if you pitch yaw roll while SAS is on, the orientation when you release the controls. SAS can be activated or deactivated momentarily by holding down the F key. It can be toggled by pressing the T key. So, if you have problems following the maneuvers, once you enable SAS and lift off, you can click the small red button to the left of the nav ball that has a miniature target indicator. Is that this one? To the lower left. Oh, this one. The one that says target on it. That will cause the SAS to follow the target indicator and fly for you. This autopiloting function will not be available until you are flying. Okay. Turn on SAS. It is on. This craft has a bit too much engine, so we're going to throttle down for launch. Set your throttle to 2/3. Probably doesn't need to be exact. During this lesson, some of the information is quite detailed and could take a while to read, as this is a short suborbital hop and I don't want you to miss anything important. I'll place a warning at the top of the page where you might want to pause the game to read. The warning will look like this. Warning, detailed info, press escape to pause if necessary. Okay. All right. The rest of the flight controls are unlocked. We can escape to pause the game. Target markers on the nav ball. Give it a look, make sure you see it, and then let's get ready to light this candle. I should have named it the candle. All right, throttle's at 2/3. SAS enabled. And then we start turning at 50 meters per second. I think east is to the right. I think. I'm not actually positive. We appear to be on the coast of, like, the equivalent of Africa. Okay. Okay. East. All right. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 50 meters per second. We go. Is it east? Oh, that's a little bit too much. Okay, I'm seeing it. Aiming to get to the 70-degree pitch line. I'm basically there. All right. Should be able to SAS to keep the craft steady for a while as we accelerate further. Now we throttle up to full power. Okay, we're pausing for a second. Great work. You've succeeded in getting your ship on a trajectory bound for space. Awesome. Now set your target indicator to align with your velocity vector. That will minimize drag by turning the smallest side of the vehicle into the airflow. The target indicator to align with the velocity vector. Is that something I need to do? Or is that something that it'll do automatically? You'll see the navball speed indicator auto switch from surface to orbit. It's at surface right now, so it'll get to orbit, accompanied by the speed number jumping. Go ahead and switch it back to surface mode by clicking on it until it says surface again. Target, orbit. Okay. You may have noticed some flickering flames near the end of our burn there, which is due to the high speed of your craft in the atmosphere. Normally our ascent would be a little slower, but I'm sure my friend Werner has helped you build a ship that can withstand this heat. Besides, this high and this slow, you'll be fine. If you want to have a look at your trajectory, you can switch to the map key. Okay. Ah, I remember this mode. We go east. What is this? Island Airfield. Woomerang launch site. There's other places here that we could be going to. That's cool. Okay. Now we're on our way to Apoapsis. Oh, and all of the liquid fuel is gone. Are we in space yet? We're almost to space. Apoapsis is happening right there in 1 minute 30 seconds. Also, rock earlier. East. I thought you said west. Me too, man. That looks so cool. I love this band of color in the night sky. While we float beyond the atmosphere, we're going to learn about a couple things we can do. With an advanced enough astronaut complex in the KSC, we can train our Kerbals to be able to spacewalk, although we won't be doing that on this flight. Also, when we are carrying science devices like our goo containers, we can perform experiments. That's right. We observe the mystery goo. Mr. Goo observation while in space near Kerbin. The goo seems to have clumped into a sphere. It also appears to have become brittle. Data size, 10 MITs. No. Keep experiment. So if we observe, it happens. Do we reset it? Does it close again? It does. Can we reset this after the fact? We can. Oh, I forgot. We have Jebediah. Oh, detailed info. Jebediah Kerman. So this is something I remember from playing before. Jebediah Kerman is insane. This dude, your rocket will have had the parachute deployed way too early, right? And it'll just rip itself to shreds on the way down. So your astronauts are plummeting to their deaths. And there'll be 3 of them in there. And there's one that's like trying to keep it together, but they don't look happy. There's one that's freaking out. And then there's Jebediah, who looks exactly like that. Do you see that in the lower right corner? His face cam. It's a little smaller than mine. His eyes are like different sizes. They're wide open. His mouth is open. He looks like he's laughing. Jebediah is insane, man. You don't want to mess with Jebediah. All right. As we near the edge of the atmosphere again, it's time to reorient the pod to get ready for re-entry. We're only going to re-enter with the pod and shooting goo canisters. But we're not going to decouple yet. In real missions, it's best to keep your upper stage around until the last moment. You never know when you might need it. Okay. Anyway, it's best to re-enter bottom first. And since we ascend at about 70 degrees pitch, we'll naturally re-enter at about negative 70 degrees pitch. That means you want to aim the top of the capsule at the 70 degree pitch line, but the opposite heading. This is at a heading of 270 on the nav ball and 70 degrees pitch. Okay, so I'm at like 75 right now. Place the target marker there to help you see where this lies. Got it. Okay, that'll make it easier. So, turn the SAS off, change the attitude, and then turn it back on again. So, resume flight. SAS was T. Now, all we gotta do, I believe, this is the heading he wants. And now we turn SAS on. And now we get ready to decouple the stage and start re-entry. Yeah, we're heading on our way back down. Gone past apoapsis. Gone quite a ways. Now it's time to get rid of that booster since it's just weighing us down. Stage to discard. During re-entry, with your pod oriented this way, drag producing items near the top. Aerodynamic forces alone will hold it properly stabilized. Oh, that, okay. You are now re-entering Kerbin's atmosphere. Make sure to keep all hands and feet inside the pod at all times. We don't want you getting burnt or anything. Don't mind the flames. Werner is a world-famous rocket scientist after all, and he's built this ship to withstand them. Last time we watched the parachute icon to wait for the right time to open the chute. This time we are going to do something a little different. Remember the construction tutorial where you designed this vessel? You set the chute to not semi-deploy until 0.75 atmospheres of pressure. That means the chute won't perform the first of its 2 deployment steps until then, even if you activate it by staging now. On Kerbin, 0.75 atmospheres means about 2,000 meters altitude above sea level, and the craft should be traveling slowly enough by then that the chute will survive deployment. So let's take the bold step of arming the chute now, and let the smarts in there pop it at the right altitude. So we're going to resume flight, and we are going to stage. All right, so while we set your chute to not automatically semi-deploy until around 2 kilometers, we do need to ensure that the opening height, its second full deployment step, is correct. You can even adjust these parameters during flight, so right-click on the parachute now and check the sliders. Don't touch the pressure slider, or bad things will happen. And make sure the full deploy altitude is no less than 1,000 meters, or you will not have enough time to slow down. Once you're satisfied, just hang on until about 2 kilometers and watch the parachute trigger itself according to the settings we've chosen. While we're waiting, I want you to look at the bottom of the capsule. Note that you do not have a heat shield. You don't need one because this is such a gentle flight. Actually, a heat shield would make things more dangerous on this craft because the additional mass would be pushing the limits of this model of parachute. Resume flight. Okay, that's already gone, and then we're right-clicking. Altitude is correct. Minimum pressure is correct. Cool. And the rest of the rocket is slowly falling as well. Can we see? Can we select this at all? Oh yeah, we can see it. Oh yeah, and then we were supposed to look at the bottom of this. No heat shield. So a heat shield means that we would need a better parachute. It sounds like. It sounds like that's what that means anyway. Here we go. We're in the atmosphere. Oh, we're going down fast. 12,000. 11,000. 10,000. Oh, we're slowing down now. Oh, we're down to like 50 meters a second, 40 meters a second, 30 meters a second, 20 meters a second. We're down to 10 without any parachute deployment. Oh, that was target speed, though. Surface speed, we're still at like 230 meters per second. Air resistant. Dude, air resistance is some powerful stuff. The chute has deployed. The chute has opened. And now we gently fall into the sea at 5 meters a second. Let us enjoy this leisurely float down to the surface. This is our second rocket. Second rocket, and we've only been here for like an hour. That's what we're about here. 6 minutes, 45 seconds up there in the upper left. That's how long this mission has taken. You were promised a kaboom? I didn't promise you a kaboom. I just said we were probably going to have one. Dude, Jebediah Kerman always looks pumped. This is the calmest he's looked this entire time. Like, the faster you're going, the better mood Jebediah Kerman is in. You don't know if you ever got to space? Bro, like, all you have to do is strap like a rocket motor onto a pod and like go. You enjoyed killing the Kerbals with crazy shiz. All right, all right. Welcome back, and congratulations on completing and even surviving your first real mission. You've managed to launch, control your vessel into space, orient yourself correctly, and land safely. That's quite an achievement. If you want to practice this again, choose Revert to Launch from the pause menu. Otherwise, end the scenario. And be sure to check out the other tutorials. My next one is about going for orbit and is really exciting. There's always lots more to learn at the KSC. Awesome. Okay. Recover vessel? No, still can't do that. So, end scenario. 4 missions. 4 missions done already. And we are just getting started. All right, so what else we got? Advanced construction. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry. Yeah, okay. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Math is hard, okay? Well, counting is 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 missions. Kerbal fried capsules. Definitely. Next time I do this, I'll have to do a collaboration with Rock. And what it'll be is it'll be Rock playing, right? And we'll have his video here, you know, probably on like that side of the screen somewhere. And then I'll also be here in this corner, and I'll just be watching and in horror as Rock creates rockets that are destined for failure. And I'll try and point it out, and he'll laugh, ignore me, and hit launch. And we'll see all the rockets that are not strapped together very well. Just like it'll be one rocket and it'll have several motors, but like all go off in different directions. It'll be great. And horrifying. Welcome to the third and final tutorial about construction. The Advanced Construction tutorial. I've had to delay some important work today to fit this in, so pay close attention as I show you how a real rocket scientist makes orbital craft. Go on, go inside the VAB. Oh no, rockets. All right, when I eventually do a campaign mode of this game, we're gonna have to have like a rock class rocket, and we'll spell it like that too. Oh Lord, oh no. I'm gonna forget about this. One of you, I'm sure, is going to remember. You'll be there and you'll be telling me what I have to name it, and then I'll realize what a mistake I made. In our last tutorial, we built a vessel that could escape the atmosphere, but it didn't have enough oomph to escape for long. This time around, we'll cover more advanced rocket design concepts, like multiple stages and boosters, as well as the extra parts like RCS and solar panels. Big wobbly, yes, big wobbly rockets. Okay, RCS and solar panels. When we're done, you'll have a craft capable of ascent to orbit, orbital operations, and a safe return to Kerbin, and you can test it out in the Go for Orbit tutorial, which will teach you how to make use of it all. Lots more parts available this time, I bet. Ooh, there's a few. Okay. If you mess up and say I'm somehow managed to delete your whole craft, you can hit Control-Z to undo your last change. One pot available. Grab it. Just like last time. We grab yep, it's here. Attach. Next. 0.75. Altitude 1,000. We're going to construct an upper stage. The upper stage will finish placing the pod in orbit, and once there, provide RCS, steering thrusters, and electricity for the pod. It will also provide all maneuvering capability in orbit, including the re-entry burn. It's going to consist of a decoupler. We don't want to carry it home. RCS fuel tank, a liquid fuel tank, 4 RCS thrusters. Wow, a lot of things. Solar panels, batteries, and an efficient upper stage engine. First, we will add a stacked decoupler below the pod to let us discard the parts we don't want to bring back with us. Easy, I know how to do that. Stacked decoupler. Arrows pointing up. The arrows are pointing down. That's not good. Detach from the pod. Use WASD to rotate it. Is that how that works? Oh, it like boom, boom. Okay, are the arrows still pointed up? Arrows are still pointed up. Cool. Next, we'll add an RCS tank. RCS stands for Reaction Control System, and this fuel will help us with defined maneuvers. So, fuel tanks. RCS FLR25 RCS fuel tank. Okay. Your craft is not going to need all of the monopropellant in the tank, so to save some weight, we right-click it to get the parts options. Move it down to 96. Okay, it like has little snap points. Single propellant. It's less efficient, but it's good for small velocity changes in any direction rather than just forwards. Okay. Okay, so we can use this for rotation and for small movements. We'll be adding multiple liquid fuel tanks in this stage to get the right amount for the upper stage engine, and we need an extra tank to offset the weight of the RCS. So add a tiny rocket propellant tank. It's FLT 100. And then an FLT 400 below that next. Lastly, for the main parts of this upper stage, we'll add an engine. The Terrier engine produces almost no thrust at sea level air pressure, but is highly efficient in space and above 20 kilometers, which is not space, but it's still thin enough. This makes it a good choice for an upper stage, since the engine will not be activated until the rocket has reached the conditions where this kind of engine works well. If you select the wrong engine, you can always throw it away and try again. Probably don't do that in real life, I'd guess. So we got the LV909 Terrier liquid fuel engine. So we used the swivel before. So what are the differences here? We got the thrust at sea level, 14.783 kilonewtons. I assume that's kilonewtons. Someone can correct me if they know. The thrust in a vacuum is 60.0 kilonewtons. Engine ISP. I'm not sure what that means. But by comparison, it goes from 85 to 345. From at sea level to in vacuum. So this one has a thrust of at sea level like an order of magnitude greater, 167.969 kilonewtons. In vacuum, 215.0 kilonewtons. Okay. Okay. I am not a... this is lower mass, so that helps. Oh, I see, propellants. This uses 1.6, basically, per second liquid fuel at max. And 1.9 per second oxidizer. So this has like 4 times the thrust in a vacuum. And it looks like it uses basically 4 times the liquid fuel and oxidizer. Okay, I don't know. We'll figure that out at some point. We'll figure out how to identify when one is actually better than another. I'm sure that there's a good way to identify it. It is a lot cheaper, so there's that. Manufacturer, Jebediah Kerman's Junkyard and Spacecraft Parts Company. Oh no. Maybe that's why Jebediah looks so crazy. Oof. Nicely done. That's a pretty well assembled upper stage, if I do say so myself. It'll get you to orbit if you put enough rocket under it. While we have this reasonably simple vessel here, let's explore one of the other useful tools we have available. To make sure that your ship flies controllably, some parts need to be placed carefully around a point inside the ship called the center of mass. The center of mass, I've heard about this. Center of mass is probably important. The center of mass is the spot where the mass on one side is balanced by the mass on the other side. So yeah. Thrust applied through the center of mass will cause the ship to move without unwanted rotation, while thrust properly applied around the center of mass will cause the ship to rotate without moving. Yeah, that makes sense. So the center of mass is a useful and important thing. So we added a tool so the assembly building can show it to you with a marker. This one. We can see it. Yes, it is centered. Okay. So right click on each of the fuel tanks and drag the fuel and oxidizer propellant levels down to 0. Okay. And, oh, I didn't grab the thing. Okay, so that makes it kind of wobble around. Then we do it here as well. Oh. So as it empties, the center of mass moves forward. Now go ahead and refill the tanks. Okay. Such pleasant music. We can proceed to add some of the accessories to our upper stage. I'll transform it from merely something that gets us into orbit into something that helps us once we're there. Now that we know where the center of mass is, so we have the center of mass. We have the information that we need to place RCS thrusters. They're found in command and control. Command and control. Where's that at? Okay. Moving the spaceship without rotating it is called translation. This is a useful kind of maneuver for several reasons, including docking to another craft in order for translation with RCS to avoid unwanted rotation. You need to balance the thrusters around the center of mass. So the net sum of forces is balanced right on this natural pivot point. For 2 equal sets of thrusters, each set should be equidistant from the center of mass. For a single set, what we're doing here... Okay. Yeah, because so the center of mass moves during flight. So in career mode games, RCS thrusters don't become available until fairly late. In the meantime, the reaction wheel capability built into your command pod will probably be enough for turning in space, though reaction wheels will not allow you to translate. Well, that's good to know. Okay, we're putting RCS thrusters on. Let's do it. Snaps on. We want 4 times symmetry. And then place a set of these. The tiny rocket propellant tank is, and that's this one, right? It's just about, yeah, and that makes sense. That follows based on my understanding. So I think that, yeah, that's lined up with the door. I like things being lined up with the door, and that's probably important for the rocket. This right here, okay, so Rock, if you are still here and listening, I hope you are. I imagine one of the reasons that you may have struggled to get a rocket successfully to space, well, aside from not caring whether your Kerbal will survive or not, you know how I get all like stupidly meticulous about tiny little details sometimes? That's something that, you know, it's important when you're making rockets, because tiny little things that are not quite right are enough to cause disaster. You have to get it all very, very accurate. So I am guessing, because I know how you often play games, that you may have gone in a little bit fast and loose with, you know, Details. It's details like these, making sure it's all symmetrical, making sure it's lined up with the door, you know? Stuff that I just like, I'm going to do this in my games even when it's not needed. So, if you're looking for a way to frustrate me when we play this game together later, do that. just ignore actual symmetry. It's close enough. We'll make it work. There's a point at which you don't need it perfectly accurate, I guess, but yeah, margins of error are a thing. We got those on. If we don't get the placement quite right, we can use the offset gizmo. Offset mode icon on the upper left of the main editor window. I want to learn how to do this at the very least. Where? Enable advanced mode? Ah. No, that's not what was wanted. Is offset down here? Center of thrust, aerodynamic overlay. Where's the offset? Upper left of the main editor window, just to the right of the part list. Build, actions, crew, cargo. Am I just not? It's the move tool. Okay. Okay. What happens if we do this? Oh, they get like offset. Okay. Control Z. Control Z. Control Z. Oh, Control Y. Okay. I'm satisfied with where they're at right now. When you're all done, turn center of mass off. Next. Lots of things on the craft use electric charge. Batteries. Some engines generate electricity while they're running. Command pod has batteries, but to see if we can have more batteries and you add solar panels or other. Okay. So now we're going to electrical category. Electrical. Part rotation to adjust the panels before placing them, then WASD, Q, and E keys. Starting with solar panel. Okay, and we want to do it on the lower end. And we want to rotate it. Yeah! I don't know if that's where it wanted it. But that's where they're going. And then we're getting these in between them. Like right there. Balance should still be there. Looks good. Center of mass is still good. Next. Built a nice starter upper stage, which will do well for some orbital exploration. Now we need to work on getting it up to orbit. And for that, we'll build up our lower stage. So we got our upper stage done. And it's going to be simple. So, first, decouplers. I like decouplers. They're fun. Decoupler. It gets a little shell. Then we add fuel tanks. What does he want? He wants 2 of the FL T400. Boom. Left alt. We're figuring this out. Let's get scientifical for a second. I bet the ISP. Yep. Specific impulse is rocket engine performance. The ISP changes as the amount of atmospheric pressure around it changes. So yeah, we saw that. Just as the upper stage needed an engine that is good at the low air pressures of high altitudes, the lower stage needs boosters which are powerful at the higher air pressure. So, and to help carry the rocket through the transition from launch to upper stage, it will need a sustainer engine, which usually sits between boosters and upper stage engines. From a performance perspective, having a wide range in between the two. So, to add to the big engine, we go to the swivel. At its default thrust level, the swivel is too powerful for the rocket we're creating and for the ascent profile we're going to teach you in the next tutorial. So we lower the thrust level. It's not as good a solution as picking a smaller, lighter engine with the thrust level we want, but there are only so many options. So thrust limiter to 65. Cool. Gimbal limit. Someday we'll learn about the gimbal. We've got the core of the rocket, and then we need to add boosters. We're going to add 2 boosters symmetrical so that we keep our craft balanced and to make sure we don't lug the useless dry mass of the boosters around after they burn out. And we're going to attach them using decouplers. Radial decouplers. These always, they're fun. I like radial decouplers. So middle click is symmetry mode. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. Decouplers. Radial decouplers. 2 times near the bottom of the lowest tank on the lower stage. Where's the door? The door is right here. So we want it like here. Oh, snap. Okay. Next. More boosters. This is what you guys are here for, is more boosters. Now we go, we add the hammer. The hammer solid fuel booster. Okay. Let's get it lined up. No. Like that. There we go. Booster Wolf. Unlike liquid fuel, once you light it, it's going to burn at a constant thrust till it's out of fuel. But we can use the throttle limiter to set that constant thrust. So this will make it 50. Can you type? No, you can't. There might be a way to do it, but I don't know how. 50, 50. There we go. Of course I made a phallus. Dude, rockets are one of the most phallic things that you can make. They go fast and they go hard. Sorry. Remember when I said I'd teach you how to make that pod and thumper craft? Thumper. This thrust adjusting is how that could be done. Although you'd also have to put a decoupler on it. Okay. SRBs have flat pancake tops, which is simply not a good look. Oh, and bad aerodynamically. They go fast and then they explode. Explosion! Not utility. Where would it be? Aerodynamics? Aerodynamics! Nose cones. Next. And fins. Okay. So we add these at 4 times symmetry. We make sure that they aren't intersecting anything. There we go. Okay. What? Oh, okay. I think when I hover over the boosters, it changes it automatically to the 2x symmetry. How does this work? This looks like it works well. Make sure they don't intersect the decouplers and SRBs. If they do overlap those parts, any flight will be interesting, but exceptionally short. Explosion. All right. We'll add that to the list of things we'll need to do with the Rock collab, where what happens when your fins intersect your solid fuel boosters? Rock, I hope you're keeping notes. Excellent. We've now got all the components on our basic orbital rocket, but let's run through a few extra things before we call it a day. We gotta review the staging stack to make sure everything is... The solid fuel boosters are set to fire before the sustainer. And that won't do. So we move the swivel staging icon down to this stage. Does it matter whether it goes first? Probably not. What? I don't know what I did there. Okay. Boom. The automatically created staging sequence would work if we did not want the long burning sustainer to ignite at the same time, but we do want it. So we adjust it manually. Okay. Right? It's in the same thing now, isn't it? Why won't it let me hit next? This is the swivel, is it not? It is. These are the solid fuel boosters. Reset. Swivel. Down. Now it's in the same one. And we want these to decouple before this. Why won't it let me hit next? First, we review the staging stack. Yeah. We move the swivel staging icon down to the same stage as the SRBs. It's there. Why won't it let me... Justin, if you are still here and listening, you're wondering about the delta V's. If I click on the speed thing down here, it shows a delta V for each stage, which is pretty neat. I don't know how to click next. I don't know what I'm missing here. Maybe... What if we do this? No, that's not what I wanted. 4? Move this down? Try just different orders of things? No. All stage icons move to their default group. This is the swivel. It needs to be moved down to the same stage as the solid fuel. It is now in the same stage. Okay, we're gonna Google it because I don't know what the issue is. RAM tutorial stuck. Yeah, yep. Is it the same place for me? The decoupler below the pod. The upper stage engine set to shutdown engine. Huh. This is interesting. So what I'm seeing is I might need to like fix the files in the game. So apparently this happens sometimes. So okay, we'll leave this. We'll be able to make this pretty quickly when we come back, I think. Don't save. Let's go back out to Steam. Really quick, yeah. Let's go. All right. Chatting, I guess, for now. Kerbal Space Program. Manage. No. Properties? I don't remember how to get to this particular command. Updates. Local files. Verify integrity of files. Hopefully this doesn't take long. Yeah, it shouldn't take long. Oh, okay. Well, 7:40. We've gotten through 4 of the tutorials. Entire Kerbal universe destroyed. Mission complete. No, that's a ways out for me still. I'm working on it, though. I'm working on it. 11 files failed to validate and will be reacquired. Looks like we may have found it. So, let's try it again. We drink. And change the scene over. Because sometimes I forget to do that. Bopping bop. Boop. Liking Ike. Dude, we like Ike. We like him. He's likable, you know? I like how he's got the whole Tony Stark thing going on with the command interface where he's just got his hands up just doing things on the screen. Calling the orbital mechanic. Oh, he had a nice little tie too. See, this is something next time I'm gonna do my research, and I'm gonna make sure that I have like actual clothing that would be appropriate for a fake aeronautical engineer, since I'm not actually a real aeronautical engineer. More training. Advanced construction. All right, speed run the advanced construction tutorial. Vehicle assembly building. Let's see how fast we can build this rocket again. Next. Parachute. Click. Next. He wants this. Okay. Then we grab a decoupler next. Oh, it's down here. Decoupler. Tanks. This guy. Next, we set the fuel down 2 ticks to 96. We add the FLT 100 and an FLT 400. We want the little engine. And now we click on center of mass. It wants us to change fuel level to 0. Next. Refill the tanks. Next. Okay, we are... Where are the RCS thrusters? They aren't down here. No. No. It was all the way up here. 4 times symmetry. Lined up with the front. Right there. Turn that. Next. Next. Solar panels. Electrical. Where is electrical? Electrical. Solar panel. Rotate. Right near the bottom. Batteries. Next to those. Next. Next. Decoupler. See, we're making it. We're getting there. Doesn't take long at all. Doesn't take long at all. 2 of these, right? And left alt. And then we're going with the bigger engine this time. The swivel. Now we right-click this. Set the thrust limiter to 65. Decouplers. Radial decouplers on the side at 2x symmetry. Next, then we grab the solid fuel booster. And something like that. Next, thrust limiter to 50. Next. Control Z. That goes there. Nose cones. Aerodynamics. Nose cones. Did I just break it? Shoot, I broke it. We're stuck again. Why are we stuck again? Dang it. Reset. Nope. Nose cone. 2 times symmetry. Place. Get rid of this. Maybe. Okay. Let's try it again. I don't know what I messed up. But... oh, man. Bugs. Bugs. I guess we do have some bug fans here. Too bad they're not that kind of bugs. Minimum pressure. Stack decoupler. Then lethal fuel tank. Bugs. Oh. Okay. Almost broke it, but I didn't break it. Oh, you know what? I should have checked the fuel levels on those boosters because I bet the fuel level was wrong. I bet that's what happened. Maybe that's what happened before, too. Maybe it wasn't actually like a bug. Maybe it was just me not realizing that I'd messed something up. Okay. All right. Fuel level 0. Fuel levels full. Okay. RCS. At 4 times symmetry. Line it up with the door on this little silver band. COM off. Then we're going to add electrical solar panels rotated and placed on this little checkerboard band. Okay, we're all set. Next stage. Okay, and then next, fuel tanks, big fuel, Big fuel next. Swivel engine. Thrust set to 65. Radial decouplers. Okay, take it slow again. We want 2 of these. Want them on the side. Next, we add the hammers. Should work just like this. Next, right click, thrust limiter to 50. Next. All right, aerodynamics. Nose cones. All right, we've gotten past the first freeze. Fins at 4 times symmetry, which I believe this is the ideal. Looks good to me. Okay, this is where I froze up last time. So, excellent. We've now got all the components on our basic orbital rocket, but let's run through a few extra things before we call it a day. Firstly, we should review the staging stack to check the order of actions and parts displayed there. It's lucky I've highlighted this for you because the SRBs are set to fire before the sustainer, and that just won't do. You won't have enough thrust to get off the pad that way. Move the swivel staging icon, which is this one, down into the same stage as the SRBs. Note that the automatically created staging sequence would work if we did not want the long burning sustainer to ignite at the same time as the high thrust boosters, but since we do, we had to adjust it manually. Grab. Drag. Next! We didn't even finish it and we're like celebrating here. Okay, finally, pick up the pod and rotate it 90 degrees around the vertical axis. So grab. Q. This will rotate the ship not just in the VAB, but also set its orientation when we go to the launch pad so that our desired flight heading of east will be a matter of steering in the pitch axis rather than the yaw. Yeah, that was something last time that I was like, I don't want to just turn right. So now we get to turn up and down. By default, parts in the VAB are oriented so that they are aligned north. Okay. And we place next. We always make every effort to ensure our brave crew survive, and hopefully you will take the same stance in your space program. Rock. I don't know if he's paying attention right now, but I sure hope he is. Because if he'd taken this tutorial, he would know. He would know that the game encourages you to try and make sure that your crew members survive. It doesn't always work out that way, of course, but it's the thought that counts, at least to those of us not in the rocket at the time. That's morbid. It's a little bit bleak and dark. With that in mind, let's set up an abort action group for your craft for use in case of emergency. Note that in career mode, you'll have to upgrade the VAB or SPH in order to access action groups. Okay. Click on the turquoise Action Groups button on the left of the toolbar. It's part of a cluster of 3 buttons. Action Groups. No. Which toolbar? Actions? Action Groups. Okay. There's more than 3 buttons here. That might be new. Action groups let you assign the functions of one or more parts to a single specific key. There are some default action groups. Landing gear automatically go in the gear group, brakes on wheels go in the brake group, etc. And some custom ones activated by the keyboard, not keypad numbers. Because of the order of these keys on standard boards, the action groups are numbered 1 through 9 and then 0. To set up an action group, click on the desired action key from the menu, then click on the part you want to activate. The actions already assigned to that group appear in the group actions column, and the actions that can be assigned from the selected part appear in the selection column. So that's this and this. To add and remove items, you simply click on them to move them left or right between columns. To clear all action group selections from a part, click reset in the selection column. So we're going to set up the abort action group. It's triggered by pressing backspace backspace, or by clicking the big red abort button in flight. It slides out from the left of the altitude panel at the top of the screen. When you, okay, so it'll be to the left there. First, click on the abort button in the action groups column. Abort. Next. Great, now click on the decoupler right below the pod. That's this one. Oh no, that's this one. Add its decouple action to the group. Then click on each liquid engine in turn and assign their shutdown functions to the group. Okay. Is this the... It is. Shutdown engine. And then... this one, shutdown. Finally, click on one of the radial decouplers and assign decouple to the group. Decouple. Now when you trigger the abort action in flight, the engines will shut down, or if they can't shut down, be decoupled. The capsule will separate from the rest of the ship, and it should be safe to land by itself. Remember to deploy your parachute once it's safe, however. This may require staging a number of times, since the stage counter won't advance by itself when the parts decouple before they are staged. Spam the spacebar till the parachute goes. Got it. All right. This is the rocket. I don't know if I should name this one after rock, because I don't want it to explode, but because we were talking about it, that's what it's going to be. It sure has been a long lesson. Having to restart it twice. All right. Then we should go to the Go for Orbit tutorial. Let's do it. Oh, I should hit the save cancel. Hit the save button like they told me to. Okay. Training. Go for Orbit. We're into mission 6. Start. Or I guess tutorial 6. No missions yet. We're going for orbit. All right, today we will tackle an absolutely essential skill for any space program, getting to orbit. Without this skill, we might as well be teaching you Kerbal Flight Simulator. I trust you've already checked the other flight tutorials, as well as the advanced construction one, to be familiar with the Kerbal 1 vessel we will be launching today. If not, I highly recommend you do so before going through with this one. If you want to go back and try the others, then press escape and choose end scenario. Otherwise, press next and we'll proceed. Are you guys ready for my awful southern accent? Tell me, you guys could probably tell me better than I can, like what accent I'm imitating there, because it's like when I do accents, like I think I'm usually like imitating like a specific character, like a few characters in a set that have like a similar accent, but I don't usually like actually know how to like pin that accent to like a specific kind of place or language or whatever. Like, I could tell you, like, I can do a few different accents that you would find on the British Isles, but I can't always tell you which one would be found where. You know? Southern accents are kind of the same. Not that I can do many Southern accents, but yeah. Hope I don't offend anyone. Alrighty then, let's do it. As I said before, the plan here is to get our vessel and pilot safely into orbit. As with the suborbital flight we did previously, we will follow a curved path to get to the point where we can circularize our orbit. Today's gravity turn, however, will be much shallower than the path we followed previously, so that we build speed towards orbit. This is different from how the Kerbal pilots of old did it. They would head straight up and then hang a right as if the air was soup or something. We'll be turning early and smoothly, but don't turn too far or you might be mistaken for one of those low-flying turkeys. As with the previous flight, I will place a target marker on the nav ball to show you the optimal velocity vector. But do note that this indicator won't be around normally, and is not usually used the way this tutorial uses it. I'll also display some technical information about your path as you go to help you learn the right way to get there. For now, set your throttle to the max, press Z, and prepare to launch. He's excited about it. You should now see the marker on the nav ball so you'll have something to follow. And this ship has been designed so that you don't need to worry about the throttle control during the ascent. Hit space when you are ready to go for orbit. If you want Valentina, the Kerbal pilot, to fly the curve for you, then you can enable SAS and set the mode to target after liftoff. We're not going to do that. But, so what I remember from last time, setting SAS is smart. We've got our throttle to max. We're ready to go. All I have to do is hit space and we're going to be going to space. I wonder if they did that on purpose. All right, you ready? T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Don't worry about your throttle. You just need to pay attention to the target marker and the proper times to stage. I'll prompt you along the way. Time to start pitching down. Oh, wrong key. Just gotta follow the target marker. Proper times to stage. Okay. It's actually a little bit tricky to get that to go totally correctly. This looks cool. We are almost out of fuel in the SRB, so get ready to eject them by staging. They're gone. There was an explosion behind me. Keep following the target indicator. Oh. There we go. Get ready to stage again to discard the lower stage. I assume that's once the liquid fuel runs out. We're getting closer. Stage again to ignite the upper stage engine. Excellent. You survived through the first phase of the launch. Now we have a longer, more gentle burn to accelerate towards apoapsis. If you switch to map mode, we can have a look at the trajectory of the rocket and watch the apoapsis rise as we gain speed. Great. Now you can keep an eye on the trajectory while we track our future path. If you hover around the apoapsis node on the map, you will be able to see the estimated highest altitude on our future path. You can right-click on that marker to pin it so that it remains visible, even when you move your mouse away. We're going to do that. We need to keep burning along that path until we clear the atmosphere by a handy margin. We'll aim for 80 kilometers. Cut the engine once the apoapsis hits 80 kilometers. I'll cut it for you once it passes 81. Meanwhile, I'll keep an altitude display open so you can track your progress ascending, and an apoapsis display to track your progress reaching an 80-kilometer app. All right. I don't want him to cut the throttle for me. I want to do it myself. We're going through most of our fuel, though. 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. And that's going to get us there. I've made sure the engine is shut off now, and we'll coast till we clear the atmosphere at 70-kilometer altitude. You may notice your speed dropping a little as we coast. That's nothing to be concerned about. It's just gravity trying to bring us down and air trying to prevent our success. We'll beat it, though. You're looking good. Meanwhile, I'll keep an altitude display open so you can track your progress ascending to your apoapsis. We're going up. We're a very small rocket now. So, we're about to hit 70K. We get to see what we do next. We're almost there. Now all we need to do is accelerate some more so that we fall past Kerbin. That's basically what an orbit is, falling and missing. Gravity will be pulling us toward the center of Kerbin, but we'll be traveling so fast we constantly miss. Rotate your craft to align it with the prograde marker. We'll learn more about that later. Or use the SAS's maneuver mode. When it's time to throttle up, I'll tell you. Okay, so now we're going to rotate. Is the prograde the blue one? Is that? Am I correct on that? Oops. I hope it's the blue one. Oh, prograde is the yellow one? Okay. Now we just need stability assist. Or use the SAS's maneuver mode. Oh, it is the blue one. It is the blue one. Cool. It's time to throttle up. I'll tell you. I bet you it's going to happen at the apoapsis. Pretty much. Kerbin, why is there apoapsis here and apoapsis here? Is this going to be our aimed? Oh, it's going. It's getting close. We're in orbit. We did it. We made it to space. Congratulations, you are now officially in orbit. That is quite the achievement. Hopefully you can see the difference between the suborbital hop and this reaching orbit ascent, and just how far and early we turned. Also notice how we designed our rocket to accelerate reasonably through the ascent and didn't go straight to ludicrous speed. Overpowering the ship is a common rookie mistake. Yeah, that's how I got people stuck in orbit and in orbit around the sun. Yeah! Alright, next. That's as far as I will be taking you today. We can catch up again in the Orbit 101 tutorial where I will show you about orbits and adjusting them. If you want to fly solo for a bit, you can also try bringing Valentina home from this tutorial flight. You will need to turn around 180 degrees and burn retrograde until your periapsis is less than 20 kilometers, at which height the atmosphere will do most of the braking for you. Stage away the upper stage when you hit the atmosphere's edge, orient retrograde, and re-enter like I taught you in the Flight Basics tutorial. The sun, the sun, the sun. Yep. Praise the sun. Or simply choose end scenario from the pause menu, and I'll see you later. Okay, so if we want to land, right? Which I kind of want to try to do. Turn around 180 degrees and burn retrograde, which is to say we hit the button and let the SAS do it for us. Then we'll need to burn retrograde until the periapsis is less than 20 kilometers. That's this one. We want that to be under 20K. And then that'll do the braking for us. Stage away the upper stage when you hit the atmosphere's edge. Orient retrograde. Burn retrograde. Orient retrograde. Yeah. And re-enter like I taught you in the Flight Basics tutorial. Let's do it. So, we're on stability assist. We want to go retrograde. We are now retrograde. Praise the sun. Someday I'll have emotes on YouTube. Someday we'll be able to have little pictures. Maybe we can already. I don't know. Someday we'll have that. And we'll have a little praise the sun emote for me. From my Dark Souls playing. Oof. That might have sounded disgusting. I'm not sure. Okay. Action groups. Ah, that's the abort. Okay. Wander bar. Praising the sun with me. All right, let's throttle up. Periapsis, apoapsis. Periapsis we want to get down to 20k. If we burn retrograde right now, does that mean that we take this one, or will they'll both move? X. Prograde. We probably want to X. Oh, no. Retrograde again. Because I don't want to come in too hot. So when this gets below 20k, or at 20k. So yeah, below 20k. We'll do 19 something. Then we cut the fuel. Then we wait. Right? Because I think we decouple at the last second, basically. Alright. I would wait for this in real time, but also we'll just be sitting here talking if that's the case. So I think this is where we warp. Or not. So we're retrograde. Let's just see. I guess we'll max fuel. We'll see if we can make the ascent happen quicker. Or the descent. Because we probably can. We'll burn almost all the liquid fuel. What? Did I just... Okay. Yeah, we'll just burn all of it. Okay. So now we're back here and we're going to see this altitude go down. Basically, at this point, I think all we have to do, because we want to stay retrograde, I'm just going to let SAS do the retrograde adjustments. Because now that we're under 80 kilometers, because 80 kilometers was where I could do orbit. So we are gradually falling. Oh, you can adjust. This is the actual terrain height, I think. Oh, the music stops once you get below 70k. Oh, I wonder if you can get a stable orbit above 70k and you just have to be going faster. That would make sense. Because anything below 70k is atmosphere, and therefore you start getting drag. Surface speed and orbit speed are not terribly different at this point. I don't remember exactly when the optimal time to decouple was. Are we in the upper atmosphere? I think we are. We're in that very dark blue. We'll do it now. Shoot, did I stage this already, or is it's not staged? I don't think I staged it. I hope this works. Valentina seems to be having a good time, so I think it's fine. We are going down fast. 14,000 meters per second. Atmospheric braking. Here we go. Ah, big speed drop there. It's kind of hard to tell just because it's dark. When do we're gonna stage this parachute. We're gonna stage it at 10,000 meters. Like, we probably could have done it before because of the settings we have on it, but right? Minimum, no, 0.75. When did that get changed? Okay. All right. Here we go. Descending into the dark. I don't even know if it's water below or if it's land. It is so dark. I think that was the other bit exploding as it hit the ground. Oh, we're on land. We're on land. Oh, no. We, maybe should have hit that button. This seems like a useful measure when we're coming down. All right, Bar, you wanted an explosion? You got an explosion. 15 minutes, 26 seconds. Got to 81 kilometers, 505 meters. Highest speed achieved, 2,089 meters per second. Ground distance covered, 5 million meters, 5,259 kilometers. Total distance traveled a little bit higher than that. Most G-force endured, 9.6 G. All right. Cool. Yeah, I guess we'll have to be wary of that. Maybe set the altitude of deployment a little bit different. Maybe that's why it was set to 0.6. No, probably not. Whatever. You done fucked up, son. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Orbiting 101. Or what is it? It's 8:15? Yeah. We can do a bit more. Orbiting 101, science basics, and then some of the moon stuff. Okay. We're making progress. Welcome to the Orbiting 101 training program. I'm Gene Kerman, and I'm going to teach you the basics of orbiting. I assume you've already done the basic flight tutorials, and are now ready to learn how to get around in space. If you haven't done them, well, I hope you know what you're doing. Let's get started. Orbiting is really nothing more than free falling. The only thing is that as you fall, you're moving so fast forward that you actually miss the ground. Because up here, there's no atmosphere to slow you down at this height. You will continue to free fall endlessly around the planet without having to use your engines. Oh, look at it, it's cute. He's got 4 rockets on it. That's great. We are currently on a low, almost circular orbit around Kerbal. To get a better view of your situation, press the M key to go into the map view. This here's the map view. Here you can see your ship's position and its current trajectory around the planet. Hold right click and move the mouse to look around and see your orbit from various angles. Also, hovering over the icons on the map will display more information about them. And by right clicking the node, you will pin the info. Close the map when you're ready, so we can proceed. Good, let's get practical now. I trust you already know your basic spacecraft controls. Up here, they're very much the same, except that the lack of an atmosphere makes the ship behave quite a bit differently. Because there is no drag slowing you down, for every input you apply, you'll have to apply an opposite one to come to a stop again. I'm going to remotely nudge your attitude controls a little. Try to get the ship back under control afterwards. If you find yourself totally out of control, hit T to toggle the SAS on, and it will automatically cancel any remaining rotations. Are you ready? I'm ready. Okay. There, you are piloting now. Stop rotation using the pitch, roll, and yaw. I suggest you use the nav ball to orient yourself instead of looking at the ship. The nav ball isn't affected by camera rotation, so it should be easier to get your bearings through this instrument than by looking at the outside. Okay. Nope. Okay. Okay, pretty much brought it under control. Attitude control is an essential skill for a spacecraft pilot. Master it and you'll be well on your way to becoming an expert pilot. You can try this again if you want, or press next if you're ready to move on. Let's have a look at the nav ball now. You've probably seen the symbols on it when you were spinning around. Here's what they mean. Green is prograde and retrograde. Points to and away from where you're going. Radial in and out vectors, they point towards and away from the currently orbited body. And then normal and anti-normal vectors, they are perpendicular to the orbital plane. They point upwards and downwards with respect to the orbital plane respectively. Got it. So the triangle points upwards from the orbital plane. Yeah, okay. So the orbital plane, I'm moving this way around it. So if I'm moving counterclockwise, then because of the orientation of the ship, if I wanted to hit... Here, we'll turn this on. Normal is up. So now I'm pointing up relative to the plane, the orbital plane. Anti-normal would point me down. Radial in would point me away from the planet. Oh, I hit the radial out button. That's that. Okay, radial in is pointing me towards the planet. And then prograde points me where I'm going. Retrograde points me away. Cool. Now let's try something a little more involved. Open your map again. What we want to do now is go through some of the basic maneuvers you'll need to know. Let's try raising your apoapsis first. The apoapsis is the highest point in an orbit, and it's indicated by the node marked ap. That's this one. Best place to raise your apoapsis at is the periapsis node, which is the lowest point of your orbit. If you hover the mouse over the periapsis node, you'll see that we are going to reach it in a few minutes. Once there, we will face prograde and burn. Am I facing? Yeah, I'm facing prograde right now. Press period. Speed up time a little so we can get there faster. Period and comma adjusts the time. This time will put us back to normal time about a minute before we reach the periapsis to start learning the rate even earlier. Outside of training, you'll have to warp time down yourself. I didn't see that. Oh, clicking on the warp. So now we return prograde. That SAS is engaged for you to keep her steady. Press the Z key to accelerate at full throttle. Opposite side of the orbit starts to rise as you accelerate. We're going to 800,000 meters. Yeah, 5, 6, 7. Okay. With orbital maneuvers, pretty much everything you do will affect the opposite side of your orbit. So to raise it the highest point, you thrust forward at the lowest point. Similarly, to raise your periapsis, you thrust prograde at apoapsis. We're on our way to the apoapsis now, so let's just do that. Okay. We'll get warped there. Climbing away from the planet. So we lose speed as we go higher, just like a ball does when thrown into the air back on Kerbin. The higher you are, the slower your orbit will be. Notice how the moon's orbital speed is around 540 meters per second. Yeah. Yeah, okay. When we reach apoapsis, we'll prograde again to raise the periapsis node and circularize our orbit. Okay. We're being warped. All right. All right. So once we're here, then we burn again. So we're facing prograde. Once you're facing the right direction, fire up that engine and watch the periapsis rise. Nearly circular. Eccentricity. I don't know where the eccentricity marker is. But that's okay. I think I hit some setting because now I have to hold this to get any thrust. I don't know which setting I hit though. So I guess we're here. I want to get it as circular as possible. Oh, it's because I need to be at the apoapsis to do that. Okay. Your orbital inclination is the angle between your orbit and Kerbin's equator. If you've managed to maintain a reasonable amount of control so far, we should still be in a nearly 0-degree inclination orbit. So even though we change the altitude, it still has the same inclination. Changing inclination is done by thrusting at a 90-degree angle to your prograde vector, but without changing your pitch relative to the surface. So on our present nearly equatorial orbit, prograde is due east. That means to increase our inclination so that our orbit takes us into higher latitudes, we have to burn towards the normal direction. Yeah. Which is what I was looking at before. It's up, kind of. This is the top of the planet. I'm pretty sure that's... Yeah. If all that I said just made your head spin, the nav ball once again comes to your rescue. Turn on the ship's... Yeah. Oh, and open the throttle. Yeah, I do see that. Periapsis and apoapsis remain the same. We're going to orbit inclination 10 degrees. For these maneuvers, it's always better to do it in the slowest parts of the orbit so that you don't have to spend as much delta V to turn your orbit around. That also means inclination changes on larger orbits. such as we are on now, take less fuel than the same inclination change on a lower orbit. Also, keep in mind that changing inclination doesn't necessarily mean accelerating to the north or south. It means accelerating at right angles to your prograde vector, which on our nearly equatorial orbit also happen to be towards the north. But I think normal should always get us that, because it's the orbital plane that's relative to. Now let's look into the last essential maneuver you'll need to learn, lowering the orbit. As you can imagine, lowering your orbit's altitude is very much like raising it, only in reverse. Because there's no air up here, we can use our main engines to decelerate as well as accelerate. Because the ship's orientation will not cause problems with airflow, and flying backwards is easy as flying forwards. Also, since our orbit is nearly circular, we can just turn retrograde and do our burn at any time now, so let's do it. Okay. We used like half the fuel already. Okay. Keep burning retrograde until the periapsis is down to 20,000 meters. Okay, let's get it down to like 100,000 and then cut the throttle and then 5, 4, we'll get to 50,000. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay. I'm glad the cat's super into my stream. I'm glad that, look, if a cat is willing to watch you, you're doing something right. Okay. Okay. 20,000 meters is low enough to hit the atmosphere, so you are now on a re-entry course to Kerbin. Once we're below 60,000 meters, the atmosphere will start slowing the ship down to the point that it won't have enough velocity to rise back up again. See, now every night, or most nights at 6 p.m., you can tune in. Because I'm pretty good about starting at 6, or within a few minutes of 6 anyway. So you can get a break at 6 p.m. every night, most nights per week, just by tuning in, sitting the cat in front of the TV and letting it go. This is all we need to do for this lesson. You could keep playing and either perform more maneuvers or ride this path down to a landing, or you could skip to the next lesson. If you do try for a landing, don't forget to decouple the capsule and deploy the parachutes. Let's do that. Whoa. That goes really, really fast. Oh, okay. Cool. So we're here. We're nearing. Oh, it's because we are now inside the atmosphere. That's why we don't have it the rest of the warp. So we have it pointing us retrograde. And we decouple. That is going to burn up and explode. I'm excited to see it. Unless... Okay, so right now it's unsafe to deploy the parachute. So we're not going to do it. Like, it should be fine, but... yeah. They're all enjoying themselves. Things are good. None of the Kermans are freaking out today. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do, you know? Oh, Bob having fun. That red meter must be the heat building up. Surface speed still over 2 kilometers a second. Just past below 2 kilometers a second. We are at 27,000 meters and falling. 26,000 meters and falling. 25,000 meters and falling. 24,000 meters. 23,000 meters. 22,000 meters. 21 kilometers. 20 kilometers. 19. 18. Still unsafe to deploy this parachute. I hope it's fine. I hope it works out. We're headed towards kind of high terrain again. I hope I hope it's fine. I hope it's fine. We are, it looks like we're probably gonna land in there. Okay. So it will be fine. We won't hit the, we're hitting right in here. Safe to deploy parachute. It's staged, it's pre-deployed. Now we just wait for it to open, which hopefully it does soon. Because last time it didn't open and Valentina experienced a rather rough landing. $3,500 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,500 meters. We are now like officially below the terrain nearby. Oh, we're gonna land in the water though. We got it. The parachute opened. Made a successful landing. I mean, we're still making the successful landing, I guess, but good stuff, good stuff. We could cut the parachute right now. Minimum pressure, the absolute minimum. So it was going to come out as soon as I press the space bar. That's good to know. Docking mode, toggle map, maneuver mode. The apoapsis. And here we are. This, okay, so now I can't change the things. It's just, oh, I can type in specific values. Oh, thank God. That's good. That's good. We've done it. Recover vessel, space center. Those don't work in this mode, but we had a successful landing. End scenario. End scenario. We've done orbit 101. The go for orbit, orbiting 101. So we're done with what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 7 left. We're going to do science basics? We're going to do science basics. I don't know if we can get through all the tutorials in this sit down, but we can probably get through most of them. Werner von Karman, scientist extraordinaire. Doesn't require any previous knowledge. To gather science points, you will have to acquaint yourself with almost every aspect of the game, so you should do them all at some point. We are now at the Kerbal Space Center. For a tour, see the basic construction tutorial. For now, we'll focus on the research and development complex. The large complex nearest to you is the research and development complex. Got a sky bridge. Every good research and development complex should have a sky bridge. All right, now click here. Tech trees. Tech trees are Tech trees are what? Tech trees are what dreams are made of. What you see in the middle of the graph paper background is the tech tree. Shows you how far your research has taken Kerbal technology. You don't have much to show right now because you're not a world-class scientist like my parts and have to earn the rest. For education's sake, I've gone ahead and given some data units to your space program, so you should have enough science to unlock the next node. The total of your current available science points is shown on the top right. This one. Let's get cracking. Select any of the available grayed out nodes and click the blue research button on the right pane. Some of your science points will be spent to buy that invention. So let's see, what do we have? We have the Reliant liquid fuel engine and a FLT 200 fuel tank. We have some modular girder segments. The Communitron 16. The MK16 parachute, the basic fin, EVA jetpack. That's for Kerbal spacesuits, okay. Personal parachute. Why should Kerbals put their trust in something that was found lying by the side of the road? Well, because there wasn't a Kerbal-shaped crater next to it. The Mark I command pod. RT-5 Flea solid fuel booster. Mystery goo containment unit. The KV-1 Onion reentry module. The re-entry module. Is this for like... Is this a re-entry module that is not the command pod? It must be. It must be. That must be what it's for. Okay. So that's what we started with. So either we get Engineering 101, and we get... Oh, this is how we get a decoupler at all, right? Because this did... Was there a radial decoupler in here? There was not. Or we get... fuel tank, bigger booster, and the swivel. Requires either one. So we can get the winglets, the nose cone, and the radial decoupler from there. If we want... Don't I have that? What do I have? The LV-T30 Reliant. The LV-T30 Reliant. It's the same engine. Maybe it's not the same engine? Mass. So 1.25, 7.0, 50 Gs, 4,000 kPa. Weird. This gets the thumper. We like the thumper. So I must have these unlocked as a default in this then. And then this has, oh, heat shield. Heat shield is good. That's a thing we need sometimes, presumably. This is another scientific experiment, it looks like. This is a radiator panel to help dissipate heat into space. There's a reason to use that, I'm sure. Micro landing strut. Oh, this is for like, that's for moon landing. A radial mount drogue chute. Oh, this is like a pre-parachute for, yeah. Getting called to bed. Panella, thank you for stopping by. I will make sure to let you know more often when I'm streaming. I don't know if it's always going to be at good times, but yeah. All right. Good night. Sleep well. Service bay. Heat-resistant service bay, ideal for protecting delicate instruments or stowing small service components such as the RCS tanks, batteries, etc. Okay. And then there's a bunch of things here. So what do we want? What do we want? I think we want the decoupler because multiple stage Multiple stage rockets are fun. Not that we're going to build anything. We're just doing these things. So research is done. You may have noticed the additional nodes we're linked to. But these require significantly more. 15 and 18 respectively. Okay. How do you get more science? You get more by doing many things, such as gathering crew reports from regions your Kerbals visit, fulfilling some kinds of contracts, collecting samples from various locations, equipping your ships with parts for experiments, such as the mystery goo containment unit, and then using them. There are many possibilities, really. Most of these actions are performed through context menus, which are displayed when you right-click on various parts, and sometimes on Kerbals. Just keep in mind that your mission needs to transmit the results or survive a physical return to Kerbin in order for the raw data points to be converted into useful science. All of the activities I mentioned and the many others you can discover are tracked in a record for future reference. You can access these science archives by clicking the yellow button on the upper left. Click it. Ooh. Sun, Moho, Eve, Kerbin, Duna, Dress, Jul, Ilu. These are the planets. Which is important because you see, if you repeat the same experiment multiple times, the scientific value diminishes because you already knew part of the answer. Mind you, as a result, you will receive less science each time you repeat an action until you get practically nothing for it all anymore. For it at all, probably? I think they're just missing a word there. So, okay, so this is where we can track Moon, oh, Dune, Ike, Dress, Jewel, Lath, Val, Tylo, Bop, Pole. The Sun. Recovery of that. Review science report. Close report. Cool. Moho, Eve, Gilly, Kerbin. It was on Kerbin. It's not on the moon or Minmus. Cool. Another outstanding feature of the archives is that you can check which celestial bodies you have already visited and conducted experiments on or around. You can do so by clicking the icon corresponding to the body that you're interested in. For now, you will only see the records of the research I gave you, but once you start doing your own science, you will be able to check it here. Cool. That's basics of science. Theoretical class. Science requires curiosity. If you're still feeling lost, feel free to try the other tutorials. Okay. Whoops. Unclicked outside of Kerbal. Leave facility. Quit the main menu. So we've done that tutorial now. Got 6 more. To the Moon Part 1. Start. Will this start us in orbit? Man, it's going to be really... Yeah, it will. It's going to be really exciting to do this, like, with rockets that I have to build myself. All right. Welcome to the first in a series of lessons designed to prepare you for flight in and around Kerbin's local system. I've been inspired by that famous work of Jules Kerman, From Kerbin to the Moon. Is it moon? Is it mun? I'm not actually sure. I pronounce it moon, but I'm not sure if I'm supposed to exactly. We'll take a leaf out of his book and go one better by returning as well. In our first lesson, we will be starting from the LKO, low Kerbin orbit, and traveling to the moon, ending in low Mooner orbit. I'm going to assume you've completed the flight tutorials preceding this as well as Orbiting 101, but if not, you really should go do them first. Alright. An important part of flights between celestial objects is the transfer orbit, which basically means an orbit used to change between 2 orbits. In our case, the periapsis of our orbit will be very near to Kerbin, and the apoapsis will extend to just beyond the moon's orbit. Interplanetary trajectories are much the same, but on a much larger scale. Now, press M to get into the map view so we can get an overview of Kerbin's local system. Ooh. There are lines now. Minmus. Cool. Okay. To perform a successful transfer, you'll need to arrange for your ship and the target to arrive at the same place at the same time. If you really know what you're doing, you can calculate your own transfer orbit on the fly. Or you could try eyeballing it. However, it's much easier to use maneuver nodes, so let's use that now. Click anywhere on your orbit, then click Add Maneuver. Okay? Oh, I didn't read all the way through. Maneuver nodes let you plan orbital maneuvers ahead of time, and most importantly, you can do so without wasting precious propellant. As you can see, maneuver nodes have 6 handles. The green ones are prograde and retrograde, the purple ones normal and anti-normal, and the blue ones are radial in and radial out. I'm not going to go into detail about these right now because these are the same vectors on the nav ball you saw in Orbiting 101 tutorial. For now, just remember that prograde and retrograde help you grow or shrink your orbit, and normal and anti-normal help you tilt it. You can click and drag the different handles to see how a burn made in that direction, for that duration, would affect the resultant orbit. In our particular case, we want to bring the apoapsis up just enough to intercept the moon's orbit at a point around 45 degrees ahead of the moon's current position. If your trajectory is correct, the orbit line will shift colors when it gets close to the moon. This indicates the point where your ship will transition from the influence of Kerbin's gravity to that of the moon. The region in which the pull from that body's gravity is strongest is its sphere of influence, or SOI. In real life, the gravitational influence of all planets and moons matters too. So that must be something where they like simplified the math, because, well, it might be. I don't know. I don't know how the calculations of space stuff goes. There's a reason that I am not an astronaut or engineer or scientist or whatever. And if I were, I would know these things. Let's get to it then. With the handle showing, you might need to click on the node to make them appear. Yeah. Okay. Pull the prograde handle until your post-maneuver orbit reaches as high as that of the moon. But going that high is not enough to achieve an actual encounter. As I said before, timing also matters, so you may also need to move the node itself until you get an intercept, SOI change, with the moon. You can do this by clicking on the inner circle of the node and dragging it forward or back along the line of your current orbital path. Don't forget that you can zoom the camera back to see a wider region of space, and that if you want to start the burn planning over, you can delete the maneuver node and create a new one from scratch. To delete a node, right-click the maneuver node while it's open and then click on the red delete icon. You can also click on the next orbit or previous orbit buttons if you want to move the node forward or back in time by a whole orbit. Very useful if it gets behind you by mistake. Okay. So, we want to get this. Ooh. So this is... I want to get it to like this. Oh, okay. So I can also... So let's get this at an angle where I can zoom in a bit more. So apoapsis basically matches at near this point. So then let's zoom in. Did I lose the maneuver? Did I move it back in time? I think I moved it back in time. Okay. They talked about this. So, okay, so I guess this is good enough. There we go. You've planned a translunar injection maneuver. Your post-maneuver orbit will enter the moon's sphere of influence. There are a few things to notice now, so bring up your nav ball. Got the nav ball up. You will find a few indicators and displays that weren't there before you added the maneuver node. We saw these during the Go for Orbit tutorial too, if you remember, but allow me to refresh your memory. The bar on the right is a graphical depiction of the velocity change, delta V for short, required to perform the burn you've plotted. Below that, you will also see the approximate time necessary to make the maneuver. Burn time 1 minute 9 seconds. Okay. Can openers do not do their job well, it feels like? Oh, wow, I did not. Okay, can openers do not do their job well, it feels like. Boy, I thought you were talking about like store openers, like in retail. And I thought it was a question. But then the rest of the sentence didn't make sense. Whew. Depends on the can opener you have, in my experience. I've had some good ones and some really awful ones. Okay, so delta V. Delta V is this thing. We got the burn time. And deplete that graphical display of the burn. A new timer also counts down to the moment your ship will reach the maneuver node. We can speed up time to get to the burn position faster by clicking any point on the orbit beyond the maneuver node. I think the can opener's older than you are. Wow. It's an old can opener. Clicking any point on the orbit beyond the maneuver node. Warp to next maneuver. If for some reason your maneuver node gets messed up or you delete it, just replot a new one. Since it's only a planned simulation of a burn, you haven't lost anything. So... Oh, was it behind? It must have been behind me. Or it was ahead of me and a full rotation ahead. Okay. So, node in 1:35. And we've got our planned... Okay. Are we going to hit our node? Does it go automatically, or do I have to do something? We're getting close to maneuver time. There's one final step to take before performing the burn. You need to point your vessel down the planned vector, represented by the blue cross. Oh, I bet I hit the maneuver button, and the SCS will do it for me. Once oriented, you can worry about the burn. Here's an expert tip. Look at the burn time estimate, have it, and start your burn when the T- timer reads that. So now. Okay. Okay, so I started a little bit late, but I think it'll be fine. I have 81 seconds of burn left. Okay. So we have 30 seconds left on our burn. And we have 300 meters per second left of the delta V. 200 meters per second left on the delta V. Okay. My actual orbit is not the one I had planned. No, it's not. Close enough is good enough, as long as the trajectory markers are showing that we got a moon encounter pretty close to the one we wanted. I think we have it. That'll do. Okay. Now we'll wait for you to be sucked up by the moon's gravity, but since that can take around 6 hours, you'll probably want to use the warp here trick like we used before, or plain old time warp to shorten the wait. Try warping to just inside the moon's SOI. Okay. I hope that, yeah, I hope that this works. Are we warping? Oh, we don't have another. Can I? No. That's not what I want. Delete that. Okay. Warp here. I guess that works. Okay, we can... Is this how we do it? You're making chicken noodle soup? I believe it. Okay. I think we can warp to here now. You are now in the moon's sphere of influence, and the moon's is the only gravity affecting the motion of your ship. But you're on an escape trajectory relative to the moon, which means that you are moving too quickly to orbit the moon. If we didn't do anything, you'd whiz on past and escape. You will need to slow below escape velocity, burn retrograde at periapsis, in order to be captured and insert into lunar orbit. Remember the Orbit 101 tutorial. It's best to change your apoapsis at periapsis, and capturing is effectively changing your apoapsis from something far beyond the moon's SOI to a height that never leaves moon's SOI. Okay, so we'll perform that maneuver at periapsis. If your periapsis is hiding under the moon's surface, that means you will crash unless you do something. You can fix this by creating a maneuver about halfway to the moon, or even earlier, and then adjust either of the blue handles, radial in or radial out, to shift the periapsis to the altitude that you want it to be at, say 50 kilometers. Execute that maneuver if necessary, and we'll continue. Okay. Mark that. That's at 227,000. So, yeah, let's do this at the halfway point. Is this how we adjust it? Yeah, that's how we do it. He suggests 50K, so we're going to do 50K. How close can we get? We were pretty close at one point. Dang it. No. I'm being too picky. That's good enough. Okay. So we need to do that. Warp here. Okay. 5 seconds of burn is basically instantaneous, so we can do that whenever we need to. So, set up for the maneuver. Warp a little bit faster. We want to get to about 1 minute out. 1. Okay. Full burn for 5 seconds. Soon. So maneuvers are basically just planning out your moves in advance and then letting your instruments do all the stuff for you. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Then we're going to fine-tune this. And good enough. Good enough. Maneuver done. We'll be using a maneuver node again to perform the capture burn and insert into lunar orbit. Add a node at periapsis. Once you've started to execute your capture burn, and your velocity is a bit lower than escape, you have a reasonable lunar apoapsis and therefore are in orbit and unlikely to escape by an errant thruster fire. We'll proceed. Okay. So, periapsis, add maneuver. Not that though. So we want this apoapsis to be right around 50K. That's probably good enough. After plan maneuver, oh, we just need our planned apoapsis can be this big. Target 0.8. It seems like it could be a lot smaller. I'm going to go for 0.75. All right. Oh, then we time warp. Oh, okay. Okay. Slash to cancel. That'd be this. That would be this. Oh, whoops. So how close does this get when we do this? Wait. Cancel. Fuck. Okay. Well, that's fine. Maneuver. We got to get the maneuver heading. Oh, it brings it to a minute out. So that's fine. And then we're going to burn for 8 seconds. So we'll burn for like 6-7 seconds and then fine tune. I don't know how entertaining this is for anyone else, but I am enjoying it. I'm definitely enjoying it. This is I suspect a little bit harder to interact with than Dark Souls. I think that's the impression I'm getting. There's definitely been a lot less chat today than there are on the Dark Souls streams. But okay. Ready for burn. Okay. And okay, we want to bring this in. We do want to get to a circular orbit. So at this point, we can use another maneuver node, but I don't think we need to because we're at the periapsis right now. So let's just, okay. We'd like this. Let's delete that maneuver because we don't need it anymore. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Okay, no, we'll call that good enough. We're in a stable, circular orbit around the moon, with a ship fully capable of landing. Capable of landing, anyway, after you decouple the transfer stage so that it's not in the way. See To the Moon Part 2 for a tutorial on landing. Today you've learned how to use the maneuver nodes to plan future orbits, set out to travel another world, and park in orbit around it. In our next lesson, we'll cover the landing procedure, which I'm really looking forward to showing you. Landing on another body is a both exciting and terrifying experience, but for now I'm running late for lunch, so I will see you later. Your lack of chat is that there's not a lot of action on the screen for you to talk about, and you don't know anything about the game. Yeah, that's the struggle with a lot of games like this, right? These are really fun games, and they are really engaging, but it can be a bit difficult to transition to something like Kerbal Space Program from Dark Souls. You know, it's like a very different genre of game. Still enjoy it, but I don't know exactly how I'll go about doing these in the future. Probably plan it out a ways in advance and have like, I don't know. That's something I'm starting to move towards, is like, instead of planning stuff out like a day or two beforehand, actually looking at like, what does next week look like, and then putting something together for that. But yeah, I'm not sure. 9:10. We probably want to do To the Moon Part 2 and From the Moon. And then I think we might leave the last 3 for later, because they're a different set, and also it's getting towards the end of streaming time, I think. I usually try to go at least 3 hours. It feels like a good amount of time. Some days I'll go shorter. I also try to keep it below 4 hours, mostly because that's also a good bedtime for me. So yeah. Welcome to the Moon Part 2. In this tutorial, you're going to land this vessel on the moon, into the Moon Part 1. You brought this vessel, along with its transfer stage, to low lunar orbit. Between the tutorials, that transfer stage was decoupled, so now you're down to just the land and return stage. There you are. When you're ready to begin, we'll review the flight plan. Your flight plan to get to the surface safely will be as follows. Execute a maneuver at low throttle. Warp to the new periapsis. Burn retrograde at medium throttle, reducing speed and altitude until you are only 1.5 kilometers above the surface. Descend at a measured pace, 1 meter per second of speed per 10 meters of altitude remaining. Land softly on the moon's surface. You'll notice that I've set up a maneuver node for you. I made it to the moon already? Kind of, not really. I'm doing the training missions because, yeah. But I do want to get to the moon, like, honestly, in career mode, using, a ship that I built for myself. But I have successfully done all the training missions up to this point. So like I've done the pieces. Also, I'm using a cheesy southern accent of some kind when reading Gene Kerman's lines because it feels right, You'll notice that I've set up a maneuver node for you. This will be your descent orbit insertion burn. It's a burn that will insert you into a descent orbit that almost, but not quite, touches the moon's surface. Go to the map view and warp to the maneuver node as I've taught you. When it's time to hit 0, then execute the burn. When done, remove the node. Do this at low throttle so you have better control, since the burn would only take a single second at full throttle. Okay, so what am I doing? So we click ahead. No. Do we click ahead of the node? Warp to next maneuver. Yes, we do. Okay, that's what I've been doing wrong. Or not wrong, but that's a way to make it convenient. So the maneuver node is happening here. Let's get the maneuver set up. When it's time to hit 0, then execute the burn. That's in 45 seconds. Let's make that quicker. 20, okay. Go back to normal warp. 15 seconds left. Burn time, 1 second. One thousand. And we got it? Okay. Okay, I think we got it. Oh, it said to do it at... Okay. Whoops. How low do we have the moon's periapsis? So I think we can delete this now. The moon periapsis is at 5,103. Make sure your periapsis is now set to 6 kilometers. You might need to go back to map view for this. If it's not, adjust as I've taught you by making very fine burns, being careful to throttle up only very slightly so as not to overdo things. If you can't make fine enough corrections burning prograde and retrograde, try burning radial in and out, or even normal anti-normal. So let's see. Prograde means I'm facing the direction I'm going. To make the periapsis go up, I want to use that. Yep. And then I want to get that slightly closer to 6,000. So we go retrograde. And then we just feather the... No. Dang it. Come on. Perfect. 6,009 meters. Next. Now we're going to warp to this new low periapsis. Click next when ready. Hang tight and get ready to deploy your landing gear and start your braking burn. You'll be burning at 1/3 throttle. See the marker on the throttle gauge. This is because you want to come in gently and not kill your velocity too soon. If you kill all your speed now, you'll just start falling and pick up more speed again, which you'll have to burn more fuel to recancel out. I need to read this. By the way, this path is a reverse gravity turn, similar to the one we flew on ascent in the Go for Orbit tutorial, except, you know, reversed. Anyway, I'm going to enable the target indicator to assist, like we did in the Go for Orbit tutorial. Follow it during the break and burn. If your descent speed gets too high, we'll move to the next step early. So, okay, I'm burning at 1/3 throttle. That's there. And I want to be on retrograde, I'm pretty sure. Resume flight. Oh, we're still time warping to 1 minute before. No, we're time warping to that moment. Okay. Throttle up. Okay. And then once you reach only 1.5 kilometers up or earlier, I think I want to be on this. If you're descending too quickly, we'll move on. This displays the altitude of sea level. I am not sure if I'm right on this. Hold on. Let me consider. Got a shower, came back. He's on the moon. It's, yeah. It's the tutorial. This is a tutorial part. So this is like the practice. This is the simulations. I'm running the simulations right now. Oh, I need to deploy my landing gear. I think I'm supposed to be on retrograde. So I think I'm good. We'll find out if I'm wrong and we'll redo it. Landing gear deployed. Okay, vertical speed. We don't want it to pass negative 100 meters per second. But don't let it go positive, or you'll be wasting fuel by climbing instead of descending. At the target marker. I've had the wrong thing selected. Oh, but the target marker is basically at retrograde, I think. I don't know. I have SAS targeting the target marker now, so it should be fine. Okay. And we're gonna go to 1500. Oh. We do still want this. Okay. SAS is still getting the target. Okay, so I don't need to worry about steering because that's handling that. Uh-oh. 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 I did a little spin. No, 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 no. 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 Oh, shit. Okay. Oh my god. All right, that's not how you're supposed to land. But we did it. What happens when we go full burn? We take off again. Okay, but end scenario. Go we go from the moon. This is coming back home. We definitely want to get this one done. So proxy, next time that I do this, I'm going to coordinate with you to make sure I do it on a day that you can actually watch. Because I think having you here, having someone who knows what they're looking at to ask questions or chat or whatever, I think that will be helpful. So we'll chat about that at some point off stream probably. But welcome to From the Moon. In our last lesson, we landed this craft on the moon. Not quite this nicely, but we did. Hopefully your pilot had a chance to stretch her legs and look around. If not, we'll start there. After that, we'll be heading home to Kerbin. In this lesson, I'll teach you how to take off from the moon and reach a stable orbit, and then how to return from the moon, or any moon, to its parent planet. Indeed, the same skill can be used to depart Kerbin towards other planets in the inner solar system. Lastly, I'll cover re-entering Kerbin at high velocity. Heat shield required. When you're ready, we can review the flight plan. Let's do it. To send Valentina on extravehicular activities, click the EVA button on her portrait. Have her jump off the craft and play with the experience of walking in lunar gravity. When she's finished frolicking, turn her jetpack on and fly her up to the pod again. You should get back inside by grabbing the handles near the door and then hitting the keystroke to go back inside. Once you're back in the pod, or if you want to skip the EVA, click next. No, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. F, climb out. Space, let go. B, board. Okay, so I've already climbed out. And, oh, falls down. Get back up. Ooh, we're doing it. We're running. Big jump. Oh, rough landing. Okay. Toggle the jetpack. Jetpack up. Nope, that didn't work. Wait, you can... Uh-oh. Alright, let's not break our legs. Let's not break our legs. Soft landing. This is what we're about. Okay. Jump. Shift. This sends us down. Okay. Whoops. Okay, we've fallen down. Dude, she's having a blast. You can only sort of see her face back there, but... Alright. We strafe. We get close. Alright. Jump. F, climb. F, climb. Let me climb. Oh, oh. Maybe I have to climb on the spacecraft? Oh, did I? I think I turned the jetpack off. Grab. Board. Successful! We've had extravehicular activities. Okay, moving on. This return flight will have 3 distinct phases. Ascent from the moon's surface, trans-Kerbin injection, and translunar re-entry. Once you've finished the first phase, establishing your low lunar orbit, we'll cover the details for the next. For now, here's what you're going to do. As always in these lessons, I'll add a target marker to assist your steering. Throttle up, then immediately pitch over, down to the 90-degree heading line, which is east, following the marker. Cut the throttle when your apoapsis gets above 50 kilometers. Circularize at apoapsis. Then when you did your Kerbin ascent in the Go for Orbit tutorial. The moon has a much shallower gravity well than Kerbin, so you only need a single stage, and not even all of that. Remember, this is the same stage you used to land on the moon, and we're also going to use it to return home. The moon's gravity is so much weaker than Kerbin's, plus we're not being held back by an atmosphere, that this one stage will have the fuel capacity for this entire landing and return leg of the mission. I've placed the marker on your nav ball. When you're ready, throttle up to hit the max, hit Z, and immediately start turning. Given your orientation when this tutorial begins, that will be by yawing. That's... not rolling. Yaw is left, right, like that. Okay. Your thrust to weight ratio is very high in the moon's weak gravity. And again, there's no atmosphere to worry about, so you can turn very, very sharply without risking disaster, the way this flight path would be on Kerbin. We'll be at only 6 degrees pitch by 40 meters per second. As always, you can use the SAS follow target mode to follow the marker if you're having trouble. So go ahead, throttle up, and start turning. So I think that means turning right. Nope, I'm wrong. Okay. I'm gonna mark this myself. I'm gonna watch this. Apoapsis at 50K. Because this I'll have to do it later anyway. I guess I do kind of want to do this, and there we go. Okay, your throttle is cut, so let's coast on up. I've created the circularization node for you, but in real life you'll be doing that planning yourself. Hey, I can't manage every little thing around here. Go ahead and click the next button when you're ready, and we'll warp to the maneuver. We warp. Yeah, I think this will be the last training mission for tonight. I think. We'll see. We'll see. It depends on how long it takes, I guess. We're almost there. Rotate your craft to align it with the blue maneuver marker by yourself. Where's the SAS maneuver mode? This aligns your ship with the node's burn vector. I'm going to do that. I like the SAS. It helps. Burn to execute the node once your time to maneuver is about half the estimated burn time. As we discussed in a prior tutorial, this makes the burn more efficient and precise. If all else fails, burn prograde to make sure your periapsis is no more than 5 kilometers lower than your apoapsis, close enough to a circular orbit for our current purpose. I want periapsis at 55K, basically. 2, 1, 1, 2. Do we get it? Kind of. I guess we turn retrograde. Oh, I guess it is still. Oh, it's like dead on. Never mind. Cool. To return from a moon to the body it orbits, or to eject from a planet into solar orbit, you must reach escape velocity, and it matters quite a lot when in your orbit you do so. You want to make sure the effort you expend to reach escape velocity creates the correct resultant orbit. Switch to map view if you're not there already. Zoom far enough out and rotate the camera to show all 3 objects: your ship, the moon, and Kerbin from above. Note your direction of travel in your orbit. If you're looking from the top, you're orbiting counterclockwise. Next, check the direction of travel of the moon in its orbit around Kerbin. The moon is orbiting in the same direction as you are, aligned with the rotation of the parent, a prograde orbit. We're going to eject opposite to the moon's direction of travel, but we will be accelerating forward with respect to our own orbit around moon in order to do that. Let's see how it's done. All right. This is a lot of talking. I don't think I'm going to read all of this out. So we remove any existing nodes. So we remove that node. It's not going to let me do that. Why? Now it will. I must click something else. Create a new node on your current moon orbit. Doesn't matter where, we will be moving it to visualize the results of the burn homewards. So add maneuver. Drag the prograde, which is this one, forward. Until you have an escape trajectory. Like that. Now drag the node itself and watch as your Kerbal periapsis changes. You'll find that you have the lowest periapsis when your ejection vector is parallel to the moon's orbital track but heading the opposite direction. So like here-ish. But can I get it lower? Oh yeah, I can. Now, okay. The Kerbal... Okay, you've now created an ejection maneuver which, despite being prograde in lunar orbit, gives you a retrograde kick in terms of your eventual Kerbal orbit. You can use the same principle to travel to other planets from Kerbal, although there you'll need to be mindful of transfer windows, your term for the most efficient times to travel between planets. Once you set your Kerbal periapsis to be between 5 kilometers and 32 kilometers, click Next to proceed. Oh boy. Oh boy, yeah, that's not even remotely. So it was saying parallel, but opposite, right? Something more or less there, but we still need to. Oh. Whoops. Okay. Cool. So I think this is gonna do. Warp to and execute the maneuver node you've created. Once that's done, remove the node so we have a clear view of the ship's path. We rocket scientists like tidiness, and it's always good to clean up after yourself. If the resulting orbit deviated from the plotted burn so much that Kerbal periapsis is below 5 kilometers or above 32 kilometers, you'll need to fine-tune your path with another burn to avoid a possibly disastrous re-entry. A maneuver node could help you to do that. Once your periapsis is within those limits and you have cleared any remaining maneuver nodes, we'll continue. So, warp to next maneuver. Set this, the SAS, to the maneuver node so that once we get there... Oh, I guess I can also click this button to warp to the maneuver too. That's probably an easier way to do it. Okay. So, burn time in... so burn time at 8 seconds. We're set up to target our maneuver. Okay. 16. How many seconds of burn do we have? 68. Oh, this is well within. This is well within our limits. All right. Let's mark this because we're going to want it anyway. I think we can unmark that one. Oh, I need to burn. And now we have our real periapsis marked. Okay. Let's go ahead and clear this maneuver node. Let's set ourselves to retrograde. I hope this works. Sweet. We got it. Congratulations, you're on your way home. Let's warp ahead until you're near Kerbin. Click on your orbit near, but at least a Kerbin's radius away from periapsis, and choose warp here. You could alternatively use the time warp controls by pressing the period key, but do remember to decrease warp as you approach. Kerbin's gravity speeds you up a lot as you get close. We'll advance once your altitude drops below 120 kilometers. If you used auto warp, you may want to manually increase time warp to 5 times or 10 times once the automatic warp finishes in order to cover the last distance. Assuming your auto warp ended well before the 120 kilometer altitude. So, whoops. Kirby-on. What did I do? We're gonna warp here. Whoops. Okay. I think I did that wrong. I think I had a misunderstanding of which way I was going. Okay, let's try that again. Simple misunderstanding leading to the death of an astronaut, but whatever. Okay. We're just going to hit target for SAS. Yeah. Now I understand. I understand better. So we are going to cut the engines once it's 50,000 meters. This is what I wanted. We should be able to do this relatively quickly this time, I think. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Next. We warp to the maneuver. Set the SAS to target maneuver. Are we? We are time warping. Yeah, circularization we know how to do already. So all we have to do is get to the node. This one we want to burn. We don't want to go full throttle probably. Okay. 19 seconds to burn. Probably can start burn at node at T-5, I would guess. Probably a good point. As good a point as any. Let's go. And we wanted to get it to about 55K. Check that out. Check that out. The eccentricity means that the apoapsis and the periapsis there are 30 meters apart in terms of like 30 meters of magnitude. Okay. Delete that node. Next. So we're in map view. Now, okay. So we're doing this again. Creating a new node. Add maneuver. Prograde handle. Until we have escape velocity. I seem to remember that this is about the most efficient place to get out. So let's set it to this first. Get that locked in. And then we want the periapsis to be down below 32K. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. Next. So now we warp to burn. Set SAS to target maneuver heading. Yeah, see this we got through this pretty quickly. We'll have a 17-second burn. We have 70 seconds left of burn left. So that should be no problem. Warp just a little bit to get closer to our burn time, which we're going to do at about 10 seconds. Okay. 15, 14, 3, 2, 1, burn. Okay. Real periapsis. Okay. We should be good to go. We just need to clear that node. Why can we not delete it? Periapsis. My periapsis is at 15K. Now it's at 7K. So we should be good to go. Why can we not? We just want stability assist. Did we get this deleted? No, we can't still. Why not? Am I misunderstanding how this is working? So now we want to go retrograde, right? Let's get this to within. I should be able to hit next soon. Ah, I don't know what I did, but that cleared it. Let's warp for a little bit so that we get onto our new orbit. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong key. Warp, warp, warp. Ah, so I see. So I'm basically slingshotting myself off of the moon's gravity well. As the moon leaves, I basically stall into place, and I'm heading towards the apoapsis now. Right? Yeah. There we go. Now we're on orbit to get back to Kerbin. Okay. No more time warp fun times. We should be good to go. So we are still at that many thousand kilometers. So basically we are trying to get to 120 on our current counter, although I assume it'll drop to meters once we get low enough. 24, 23, 22, 21. Okay. Okay. Let's slow this down a bit. Yeah, here we are. Here we are. So we are at 700,000 and we're trying to get to 120. We're going to want to be facing, I think, retrograde. Yeah? Right, this isn't map mode. We're back in map mode. Okay. We're approaching 120,000 kilometers. And I'm pretty sure retrograde is what we want to do. Simple retrograde burn. We shouldn't need to set up a special maneuver or anything. 70, 60, 50, 40. We're going to go back to normal time warp. Okay. I don't think we need map view anymore. Okay. Okay. Note that this time, you do have a heat shield on the capsule. While it's just barely possible to survive a transmuter reentry without one, it's very dangerous indeed. Try coming back directly from anywhere farther than the moon, and you'll be a crispy critter without a shield. An alternative method is to avoid excessive reentry heat, would be to maneuver into a parking orbit, and or make a braking burn, and then make a gentler, slower reentry. That, however, would require a great deal of additional fuel, and, to be honest, is way less fun. Because of the added mass of the heat shield, but no extra drag to compensate because it mounts flush with the pod, this ship won't be able to slow down as well as the pod would by itself. For that reason, your craft has a drogue parachute mounted to the side in addition to the main chute up top. Once the drogue chute icon shows safe, no red or orange background, you can stage to deploy it. Drogue parachutes are weaker braking devices, but work at higher speeds and altitudes than regular parachutes can, in order to slow the ship to the point where it's safe to use the more powerful normal parachutes. So, once the drogue is doing its part of the job, we'll continue. So, I'm waiting for stage 1 to be safe to use. So I probably want to stage this off right now, don't I? I think that's what I want. Yeah, let's do that. I don't know if that's what I was supposed to do, but hopefully this works out. Maybe I should have used the rest of the fuel to reduce my speed. I'm not really sure. We'll find out. That's what this training is about. Atmosphere is going to catch me at 80,000, right? Or it's 70,000, I guess. I think it's 70,000 is when the atmosphere catches me. Here we go. We're appointed retrograde. Oh yeah. We are not safe to deploy this parachute. Proxy, if you're there and listening. Ooh. That debris burst. I hope I don't run into it. What is the proper time to stage that last section of the rocket? Because that's something I'm not totally sure about is like when I want to get rid of my remaining fuel on a reentry. And the fuel and the rocket and everything else. So like I feel like doing it at this point is not wise. But I know it also is recommended to wait for a while. Wait until, the last moment, basically, because if you need to do some other kind of modification, you don't want to have lost your only way of adjusting your orbit. Okay, so my heat shield is eating that heat. $20,000 is when the next part of the atmosphere kicks in, or like 19,000 something. But I'm still going too fast. Okay. That's ready. It's ready to slow me down. What is this set to? Minimum pressure, altitude 2,500? Oh, now I can stage the other one. All right. All right, well, we're ready to go. We just gotta wait for everything to finish up. Are we coming back from the moon? Is Valentina Kerman making it home successfully? 200 meters per second and falling. 185 meters per second and falling. We are down to 160 meters per second. 150. I feel like landing over the water is a lot nicer too. So I guess if I want to get into a parking orbit, then it's like the 80-kilometer point, right? Is about where that should be done, and then you just set your at that point, then you set your periapsis to be at something like 60,000, 50,000, something where the atmosphere is going to catch you. And then, well, I guess you'd want to get into a stable orbit first, because that means that you're at a particular speed. So you couldn't just aim for like 50,000 on that reentry. Or maybe you could, I don't know. And so we return to Kerbin. Slowly, peacefully. Oh yeah, there's that debris 11 kilometers away. I'm glad I didn't run into that debris field as I was coming in hot. And there, below 500. Can we warp? We can warp 2 times. That'll make it a little quicker. We'll warp 4 times for a second. I think that was the debris crashing. We are below 100. So we'll bring it back down to 1. Here comes the water. Sploosh. We've done it. We made it home. Now we end the scenario. All right. Well, I know for a lot of you this was harder to interact with than Dark Souls. I'll definitely keep that in mind as I figure out when I'm going to do this again. But I really enjoyed it. You tend to keep enough fuel to do aerobrake maneuvers as general practice for landings on the Kerbal Mars. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's see. What else do we have? There's scenarios. Oh, there's a bunch of scenarios. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We have 16 scenarios. Play missions. Stock missions. Oh, there's a bunch of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 stock missions plus some tutorials. Oh, but I don't know if I can click those. I'm not sure what that's about. Then we have these collaborations with the ESA. I don't know. I'm clicking on these and it's not letting me. So I wonder if... Oh, this is happening. Historical missions from the early chapters of Kerbal Space Flight. Each mission, you can see the mission briefing. Proxy, you missed me giving Werner von Karman a terrible German accent before. It was great. Okay, so these are like scores. Oh, there's a whole bunch of options there. Oh, these are mission builder tutorials. Okay. European Space Association. Okay, so like, yeah. Community created. I don't appear to be able to click that. Okay. So that's missions. Mission builder. Okay. We're not going to worry about mission builder until I actually know how to play this game. So, all right. So training-wise, there's docking, asteroid redirect part 1, asteroid redirect part 2. So this, whenever I play this next, we'll do these. Or potentially I'll do them on my own, I guess, because it would be kind of cool to start the next time doing these missions. You're tasked with performing the rendezvous burn, then catch up to the asteroid as you approach the intersection of both orbits. So yeah. Yeah, Proxy, I will get in touch with you about when I can do Kerbal on like a day or time that's more convenient for, or that's most convenient for you. So I know like you've been able to watch me do streams, but I know Sunday isn't good for you. Which was something like I didn't realize until after I'd scheduled it and gotten everything all set up. So, but yeah, this is a really fun game. I would love to stream this more. I just want to make sure that I'm streaming it to the right people at the right times. So I know Evil Bookman, some of you know as WK. He's been very much a fan of my Dark Souls streams. I made sure to check with him to see what times will work pretty well for him. Which I guess I should probably do with Mr. Wanderbar here, because Wanderbar has also been a pretty steady viewer that way. But I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. In the meantime, though, I am gonna hop off. I'm very hungry. I don't think I ate enough food today, so I'm gonna go do that. And yeah, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for stopping in and hanging out. I know Pinello already went to bed, but I very much appreciate Pinello's viewership. Proxy, I appreciate that you have come by after your evening's obligations and activities. And yeah, everyone else. I did get a Pan in chat earlier. I was talking about it, and Pan asked for a link when I was starting, so I got Pan. So yeah. All right, well, you all have a good day. I will be on tomorrow for Magical Girl Mondays, playing some more Little Witch No Beta, and then some more Dark Souls later in the week sometime. Yeah. So, in the meantime, yeah, enjoy yourselves and have a good evening. A peace.